you see the drip and its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back.
Ladies and gentlemen and folks around the world, fans of Rocket League, welcome to day one of Open Qualifier number 2. Get up and get loud. It is game day. We have kickoff for the Swiss Abyss in 13 minutes, 48 seconds for round 1. We'll be kicking off. There'll be M80 versus NRG. We'll be featuring here on the broadcast, but 7 excellent matches happening elsewhere in the broadcast category here for Rocket League. You can go find those team streams and watch those gameplays. I'm Wavepunk. I got Gibbs next to me as always. We also got Stacks down there on the end. Stacks, how you feeling?
I am feeling great. I'm ready for another interview this weekend.
Let's see. Maybe we'll get some good interviews out of these players here. Gibbs, so the landscape is different already. We haven't even started day one here, and it's such a different story than last season or last
Every team has played through Open Qual, so we had some early exits. We'll talk about those later, but we got 33 matches today to determine who the top 8 are to go into that playoff bracket. And then it's anyone's game from then on, too. So it's going to be a fun day.
It's going to be a great day, folks. And our season is just plugging along here. We've gotten through one Open Qualifier of our first major split here, the first split, and we're into now Open Qualifier number 2. One more to go here before we are set for our first major, which is officially on the books. If you haven't heard the news, we're going to Copenhagen for the first major of the season, March 28th through 31st. It's going to be a banger. I'm excited. I mean, Stacks, have you been to Copenhagen before?
I have not.
Okay.
So I'm
Gibbs, have you been to Copenhagen before?
Forward to going.
I have not, but like TBD's in shambles. You know, that's one down. We got 2 more to come.
That's true.
So
That's
I'm
true.
excited for the whole onslaught of it.
We are the TBD Slayers out here. I'm apparently the only person out here who has been to Copenhagen before, but it was fun story. We had people that got trapped in Copenhagen for multiple days because they missed a train. I didn't miss the train though. I got to go home. You can ask Waller and Karma about that one if you want more stories about that one, folks. If you are looking for tickets, if you want to hopefully not miss your flights and actually make your trains, make it all the way to Denmark there, you can head over to Billetlun.dk, I believe is how I'm being told that is pronounced. Billet Lugan, if you're just wanting to pronounce it phonetically there for people that speak the same language I do here, folks. It's all crazy stuff. And also, you can just go check out the Twitch, check out the twitch.tv/Rocket League or twitter.com/Rocket League. All the Rocket League socials out there have the link as well. You just go click it there, go check it out. I hear tickets are going very, very quickly. Not meaning to FOMO you here, but apparently they are genuinely going very fast. So go check it out if you want to join us in Denmark for that one. Should be an excellent time. I'm excited for it. Let's talk about today, though, folks. We have today, Friday, February 16th, our kickoff of the Swiss, and then we will be set for our playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. At First Touch happen on Wednesdays. Don't ever forget about that one, folks. You can always check out the thoughts across the community, get the heartbeat, the pulse, get your finger on the pulse of the Rocket League community there at 11 a.m. Pacific on Wednesdays for the First Touch podcast here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Now, we've got excellent points and money to give out across the course of the next 3 days. The most important thing for the players, they love that 21K up there for first, but those 16 points are so important, especially in our truncated season here, as the players are trying to earn those points much more quickly than in previous seasons. They got to warm up quickly here, Gibbs.
Yes, those 3-point gaps for top 8 are huge, but it gets even bigger because if you get that first place, that 1 extra point could be the difference between a top 4 spot and going to Copenhagen, or you're staying at home and watching on the stream, or you're buying tickets, I guess. But it's a tight race right now. As you can see, our overall leaderboard. One note here, one very important note. Shopify Rebellion, they're in 4th place right now because of their top 4 spot last time. They did not make it to the main event. They lost in the Open Qualifiers, so they only got 1 point. And you see all the other teams right below them. Right now, it's essentially a 4-way tie for that 4th place spot. Luminosity, M80, Pirates on a Boat, and Space Station Gaming are just 1 point behind. So as soon as they win 1 match, they will catch up. But those teams right now, they see this a golden opportunity to take over that 4th place spot. So it's going to be a battle between those 4. And who knows, maybe a few of these other teams will make an underdog run and push for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, NRG deleted, OG, Snowman, I think, all right there, like within those points.
Snowman's out as well.
Snowman's out for now, but there was one other team I'm missing here. TSM, did I say TSM? There was 4 teams. that were right there that are still alive today to possibly earn points. I mean, we're going to see NRG play here momentarily. 9 minutes till kickoff on that one. So let's talk about the Swiss, get you guys set up for today. A lot of new faces. If you're tuning into Rocket League for the second time, or honestly, if you're tuning into Rocket League for the 114th time, there's names on, there's team logos here, and there's names associated with those logos that you've probably never heard of before. We're really excited to talk through them here. But this is the format we're going to play out today. We're going to play all of these matches. If you win matches, you play against other teams that won. If you lose, you play against other teams that lost. If you win 3 matches before you lose 3 matches, you qualify for the playoff bracket tomorrow. Our top 8 teams will fill out that bracket. We'll play through the quarterfinals on Saturday. We'll play through matches 1, 2, 3, and 4 there, and then we'll play through the semifinals and the finals on Sunday, crowning the champion of Open Qualifier number 2 at the end of Sunday's broadcast here. So a lot in store for us here, Stacks. We got a lot of big names to talk about. Very excited about the new teams that have shown up, but also some surprises here. Teams we didn't expect to be out already are knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, and the big money matchup for all the teams playing today, you got to win on Saturday, because look back at last season. To qualify for the fall major, Space Station was top 4 3 times. That was the 4th spot. So you got 4 going to Denmark this time around. You've got to make sure you get some top 4s, and if you miss one, then you got to make up for it somewhere else along the way. You might have to get to a final, maybe even win one, and even then, for some teams, that might not be enough.
Yeah, making top 4. It's crazy that making top 4 isn't like a guarantee here, but I mean, making top if you don't make top 16, Gibbs, it's already some big problems. We had some early upsets before we got into today's action,
and that's the thing with inconsistent team results. You got a top 4 from Shopify Rebellion last week or 2 weeks ago, and then they fall out in the open qualifiers, losing to G Buffo early on, like in the open bracket. So that led them into this TSM matchup, where they also lost. TSM is a very good team. They went 1-3 last time. I think a lot of people have them power ranked right around that 9-10 range. So a very, very good team. But because of that early loss, we saw these two have to battle it out. Lower bracket final, and TSM brought it to them. A 3-0 victory here. So Shopify Rebellion, they are out. Some quick numbers really quick for you. No Justin in his first RLCS regional or main event. He is not here. But also for the rest of the team, we have 2Piece and Parth. They made it to every single regional last year. They played in 5 qualifiers. They went 15-3 last year. But this time around, they went 1-2 in the upper and lower brackets, and they are out. So that's a huge one. They were 4th place in points. They're out. And also, really quick, Squishy is also out. Muffin Men, they are done. They lost as well. So he's got 1 tournament left before his retirement.
So of the NRG boys, only one is still alive, and it's the one that's stuck with NRG. It's a rough story for the NRG alumni there, folks. But in positive or uplifting surprise new challengers we've got on the rosters here, Akron. We'll talk about him, Stacks. We got CRL in the house.
Yes, sir. Yes, we do. We've got 12 CRL players playing today. 3 of them all on this Akron team. It's the first time a full CRL roster has made it into an RLCS main event. Patty, Bullseye, and Tristan. Tristan's no stranger to the RLCS. We used to play with the United once upon a time, but now he's brought Patty and Bullseye into the mix with him. I mean, who else do you have in the league? You've got all of West Virginia is also in here, but on different teams, and we've seen that from time to time, where a whole CRL roster will be spread out among different teams, most notably Northwood. But yeah, 12 in total, all 3 from Akron.
Sounds like the Mountaineers dividing and conquering there, trying to get in from all different angles. And I mean, everyone's always talked about with CRL, like, is it a farm system? Is it a retirement home? I think this is a pretty clear, nice statement here. These players are developing, and they came to play. They're taking it to the big dogs right now. Excited to see them play today. We'll be playing through all 5 rounds of the Swiss. If you really are like just super into round 4, come back at 1 p.m. Pacific. But otherwise, just sit in your seat. You're in the right spot. Make sure you got your snacks. We're going to play through a lot of great matches here. Let's talk about some of those matches today, because again, all these matches are going to be happening simultaneously, so you're going to have to pick and choose what you want to watch here. But these are 4 of the matches we got today. We got Omelet taking on Dignitas, Genji taking on OG looking to bounce back after a miserable first open qualifier, G2 looking to continue their domination first off against the Leftovers, new team names to talk about here. We got TSM versus G Buffo, the battle between the 2 teams that knocked out Shopify here. I mean, thoughts about G Buffo? This is a name most of our fans, most of the people tuning in have never heard of, Stacks.
Well, yeah, you got, it's their name. G-Man, Buffy, and Hazo. And here's the thing. They're the biggest winners of last weekend, right? Because, they knock off Shopify Rebellion, and then they have to beat, they have to beat Schmacked and Dribs, I think, to get into the number 3 seed. By beating Shopify Rebellion, they stole their number 3 seed, and now they get TSM, who was the 2nd worst offense from the first qualifier. Very interesting matchup for them.
Definitely a match to keep your eyes on, folks. Make sure you check out all the team streams across the rest of the category if you want to watch any of these matches. We'll also see Luminosity taking on Incorrect. Pirates on a Boat going to be taking on Deleted XD. Excited to see how they do today. Space Station will be taking on Akron. Welcome to the big leagues, Akron. You get Space Station right out of the gate. And to kick things off here on the broadcast, we got 3 minutes and 30 seconds till M80 takes on NRG here. Or maybe they take on themselves, folks. Their biggest enemy is themselves. Can they do it? No, it's going to be NRG. Don't worry. NRG's going to be on the other side here. I'm excited to see it. Drees, Garrett G, and Mist taking on AJ, Yorius, and Nas.
Yeah, this one's a little bit puzzling. NRG, they've had a lot of roster woes all season. They sign a player, they bench him, or they just get rid of him. They bring in Toasty, who plays for 1 qualifier. They don't do that well. They get a 9th place finish, so they decide to make another roster move, and that is Drees, who is now coming in. He retired at the beginning of this year. He's like, guys, I'm done. So NRG called him up. Hey, why don't you just be our sub, just in case? Well, they had to pull the panic button, and they bring Drees in. Their qualifier run wasn't spectacular, so they haven't looked that good. But another week of practice with Drees, will that be enough to get them over that 9th place hump and make it back to a playoff bracket?
We'll see. I mean, NRG definitely looking to rebound to former glory after last week's performance here, but a team that is continuing to show up with consistency here. We were talking about consistency earlier, Stacks. M80, great run last week, looking to double down on it this week.
Yeah, but if you watch their qualifier run, you're sitting on the edge of your seat. They go 5 games with Detonate. They go 5 games with Akron. They made it. That's what matters. You get a clean slate now that you start off with a Swiss. But, man, I think for M80 fans, they'd love to see Nash go off for a hat trick and M80 drop like 6 goals in game 1 just to feel a little bit better.
Dropping 6 goals in game 1 always makes me worried, Gibbs. Like, anytime a team really pops off in game 1, it's like we're guaranteed for Champions Field somehow.
Yeah, but we'll have to see with M80 because they felt like they were a top 2 team last time. They went through the Swiss, they went 3-0, beaten Gen G, but they lost in the quarterfinals. The day that is so important to make that major run is to win that quarterfinal matchup and then be a top 4 team. They did not do that last time, so they're tied for 5th with 4 different teams. They need to do it again. They need to go through the Swiss like they did last time, go 3-0, maybe a 3-1, and get a good seed so they can get through that quarterfinal push yet again. Because right now, they got a gift. No Rebellion here. That was the 4th place team in points. They're out. They are in the driver's seat with 3 other teams tied with them to gain spots. So they need to perform today, and they know that. But what's really important is to make it to that quarterfinal and actually win it.
Now, I mean, you were talking about the importance of a single point last week, and obviously Shopify's got that extra point right now, but they're not here. That's why it's such a big deal that Shopify isn't in. That 1 point advantage going to disappear here. On the other side of things, NRG trailing M80 and that group of 9-point teams by 1 point. They're sitting at 8 right now. It makes these matches so much more important if they're able to get the head of these teams right now and somehow overcome that gap. It's got to be frustrating to be NRG here, Stacks, knowing that, like, even with this win, if both you and M80 make it out of this and into the top 8, you still haven't actually cut down that deficit at all because they're still 1 point ahead of you.
Yeah, and again, with only the 4 spots available, I mean, you could get up to like 22, 23 points, and that might not be enough. I mean, you're looking at maybe needing 27, closer to 30 to qualify, which means, yes, you're going to need to make a final at some point.
Well, and with this, how do you? Okay, for the NRG fans in chat here, Gibbs. Obviously, these constant roster changes. As a former professional player of many different disciplines, changing teammates like this, what does it do for your team dynamic?
You hope that it raises the energy at least of like, all right, guys, we need to do something now. And I think the two players on the team, Garrett and Mist, obviously, were like, we need a change because we know that this is not working. They bring in Dries, and Dries is like, hey, I was planning on retiring, but I have this golden opportunity, this golden parachute to give it one more go. And he's got to know that going in, that this is my last opportunity. Because at this point, I was already halfway done, but why not? So let's give it one more go. There's no expectations on this squad. I think most people have them going 0-3 or maybe even 1-3. So no expectations at all. Go out, have fun, but try and do the impossible.
We'll see. Hopefully his engine doesn't bog, having thought he was done and then having to like rev back up here. Let us know who you think is going to win here. Hashtag NRG, hashtag M80. We can make our picks up here on the desk as well. If people want, if production wants to throw those on the screen, and we can take a look at who we think is going to win. I do like M80. I think that the consistency to get back to this point, also not making a roster change, will probably keep that momentum going for them a little bit better. I think this is not a match NRG can't win, but it is going to be more difficult for them to win. Gibbs, anything to add?
No, I think M80 is the better team on paper, so they should take it, but it is the first round of Swiss. It's always a little questionable.
That's true. That's true. Stacks, you got NRG here. What's the recipe for the win?
Well, first of all, I'm just out here repping NRG as Fuhrer, but also Garrett G is a very smart guy. He was I think he was on Chalkcast recently talking about work ethic and boot camps and all that. And I feel like there's maybe a slight shot thrown in there, like, hey, you know, work ethic has to be up across the board. I feel like this is going to be a more motivated NRG squad than in the past, and I've always been a believer in Dries. I think NRG does play a very physical play style. Even though they lose Toasty, Mist is still very physical. That could disrupt M80.
Well, folks, I mean, NRG always a fan favorite here, but narrowly M80 is favored by chat. They're favored on the desk as well. Can NRG, the underdogs in this match, cause the upset in round number 1, folks? Only one way to find out. Get up and get loud. It's game day. It's time for the Swiss of Rlcs Open Qualifier number 2, NRG versus M80.
NRG have to beat these allegations. Red flags have turned into white flags. There's a sinking ship, but can Dries help them sail to Championship Sunday? Daz up against M80, though. After what we saw last weekend, that's a tough one.
Not much to lose here on the side of NRG, but everything to play for. And M80 also trying to make it into Championship Sunday themselves, only finishing in the top 8 after losing to Rebellion. Good thing for them, no Rebellion in this event. We'll see how things go. Already kickoff has started, and NRG getting a little aggressive. 2 demos out of Garrett G.
Okay, Garrett G, calm down. Now full control to NRG, and they have M80 against the wall. Mist not getting the double, comes out to Dries almost before Nas carries it away. So some important space there by M80, but Mist gets a great pass, double ready, and challenged by Jorius off to the side. Great defense by M80.
Yeah, we gotta keep eyes though on the mechanics here from NRG. So far, Mist kind of showing out. He's been improving so much over the course of the split. A little bit of a double commit there, and Mist has to make a little desperate touch. Jorius gets a free ball, puts a shot on target, but a little bit of panic here on the back end of NRG. Dries able to finally catch up to the ball, at least be able to get some control for the time being.
I like that NRG were trying to catch M80 on the back foot, you know, with the double demo. You really thought the pressure was on you. I thought that first goal was gonna get some momentum generated, but now it's Nas to the ceiling, gets below Garrett G, and NRG's defense steps up to keep this stifled there in the midfield. But now Jorius gets past him, and AJ has his back. So M80 are ready to move forward, but not without NRG really slowing down that midfield. Now that they have time and space to think, NRG are using more physicality to force M80 back, but M80 still have the ball.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing out of the first man here for NRG. Normally, I mean, we saw it at Garrett G a lot. He's been very physical. He gets off ball. Again, even in this current play, tried to go for a bumper on AJ, wasn't able to get it, so now he's trying to rotate out. But he's been very quick and moving around the field a lot. Need to see a little bit more of that from M80. They do feel kind of spread out here, and they are trying to get their bearings, but so far it's been a safe first couple of minutes. Only 1 shot apiece for both teams. Chance here for M80 to put something on the board. It's a slow one. Jorius follow-up, he's got it. M80 on the board.
Yeah, it was a great initial setup. I think this shot here, AJ, just wishing he had more power, but he got the pre-jump out of mist, and Jorius follows up, and all of M80 committed. They were stuck on their half for quite a while, all thanks to the NRG demos and just how they controlled the midfield. And as soon as M80 broke out, well, they broke even. They start with the first goal. Now Garrett G, this is too far away from him, but Garrett G will at least get the gloves out if he ain't got the ball, but this didn't really net possession for NRG as the demos, well, they are good at getting M80 back, and apparently not back enough. A great second goal by M80.
Yeah, I mean, Dree's in a tough spot. You gotta give credit to Nas and for Jorius, though. Just going up and getting those bumps, really disrupting NRG on the defensive end. It's so hard to make saves when you're under that constant pressure of a demo or a bump, and you see the effect there. M80 really starting to ramp up here.
Right, Nas kind of wins that 50, goes to the corner. AJ sees the opportunity, dives on in, gets NRG panicking a bit, but now Dree's up the wall. Good dodge on the challenge there from Nas. This goes to Garrett G with some dribble and control. AJ stops it, but no defense there in time for M80 as NRG show signs of life.
I mean, this is a great first touch from Garrett. Gets the 50 to force AJ out. Mist is close to the ball. You saw Jorius on the back wall. He's in such a tough position to make that stop, and it gives Mist so much to shoot at. Good play from NRG to get him back into this game.
NRG needs to get back into this game and just back into Rlcs. They need to prove everybody wrong. They need to show up. Now Jorius against Mist. Garrett puts it away. Jorius in the midfield keeps the train rolling as Nas with the reset is just hoping to dive this into the net. Mist with a great stop as now he fights to get NRG's offense kicking again, to find that equalizer with less than 2 minutes left. But Nas has had such great possession for M80, and this has really hurt the opportunities for NRG. Now off to the back wall, good protection from NRG, but no pressure building there from M80 yet.
Yeah, I mean, M80 so far, they've just been working, though. They've been keeping the ball close. You see this, AJ, they're keeping the ball on that blue half. They want to get NRG stuck here, try to control the boost. You can see NRG fairly low as they are trying to scramble to get out. They finally get some room, but even Mist has to dive in order to stop Nas there. Nas has been having a good game so far, and hopefully that continues on for the rest of the event. He looked solid in the first one, but only hope to see that improve as the tournament continues and as his season continues here in NA. It's Garrett now on the ball, trying to keep this close. Good cutout from AJ. NRG looking for an opportunity. They are set up here on the orange half, but not really amounting to too much. Still keeping that possession fairly close on the final minute.
Yeah, and M80 trying to find these clears while staying close to the ball, as you've mentioned, but now Drees goes up high. Nas can put it off to the side, and Garrett G was going for demos. And when is this gonna open up the M80 net as NRG intended? 37 seconds, Drees with the ball, AJ hoping to follow him up, but Drees grabs the corner, so he has time and resources. Gets stopped in the midfield, but NRG, this next chance could be big to send us into overtime as Mist crosses in front of the net, doesn't have any boost, and didn't get the follow-up, at least the immediate follow-up that he needed.
Final 15 seconds, NRG have to go. Drees plays this close, tries to get the 50 out. Garrett G barely trying to get there quickly as possible, a little bit late. Double commit there, Mist is gonna try to take control. Can Mist make the play? Almost to the top corner, denied by Jorius. 1 second left, Drees can't get there in time, and M80 take game one.
Wow, after just kind of coming out swinging so early with the demos, NRG really stayed in that M80 shadow for a while. I don't think it was a bad game. I think it was a mood setter for bringing in this new third, having all these roster changes. Is this the solution? Well, I definitely don't hate what NRG are putting out. They kept M80 stuck on their half. They were good at slowing down the midfield, but M80, they were still really good at executing once they did break out.
Yeah, I mean, M80 taking a lot of their offensive, I mean, you look at the highlights here on the Mobile 1 High Performance Replay, you again see how big of a factor that control of the ball is, especially for M80. They get that main person up front. They all have good trust in each other mechanically, so then it sets things up a lot for them to be able to go for demo plays. And you see the score, One of those things is not like the other. 619 for Miss Dries with 54. It didn't feel like that on the field, I would say. I think it felt a lot closer. Maybe that is contributing to, of course, Miss's defensive prowess, but you do want to see Dries kind of get a little bit more involved in that offensive front.
Yeah, I can tell that NRG want to be involved. They want to be productive, even if they find themselves away from the ball, out of position, going for demos, trying to create chances. And I think NRG are trying to figure out who do they need to enable, who is on their game today. I know one team that's on their game today. It's M80, who had a perfect Swiss in that first qualifier. We'll see if the past will repeat itself. Can they have that consistent performance? M80 will not be shook.
We'll see if there's any adjustments made. We're on DFH Stadium already. Good little intercept there from Dries. As eyes definitely are going to be on him. I know there's people looking at that scoreboard. They want to see what exactly can he do. He's sitting third man now, but I think eyes should be somewhere else. Garrett G, complete whiff right in front of the goal line. And now it's still 0-0. He's going to try again, and there you go. Captain America finds the mark. First goal for NRG.
How many opportunities does it take? The spaghetti was on the floor for M80. You had the double commit. No one was chasing the ball once it came out, and NRG just had to tap it in. That's the freest goal that NRG could expect to have this series. So M80, after that win, better not be slowing down. And Nash surely isn't. With the reset, gets bumped off the ball, and NRG hope to stabilize from this point on.
Oh, they're going to stabilize, and they're going to advance the lead there. Counterattack play here from NRG. Great clearance from Garrett. Miss was waiting in the midfield. You see everyone from M80 turning around, trying to head home, but Miss finds the mark. Great awareness.
Yeah, if they're going to play that spread out and have these long passes, that can really catch M80 off guard, and really, it's caught us all off guard too. Woe for NRG. Now Garrett for the challenge.
Oh my goodness!
It goes right to the net after the double demo from Mist.
I mean, this is just such a quick play. Nas is trying to control this ball, but you see Miss, initially he forces him to get that separation while also picking up 2 demos, and Garrett G winning the 50 to a shot. I mean, the play was absolute perfection by NRG. What a turnaround here. 3 goals in the first 4 minutes. Or first minute, I'm sorry, we have 4 minutes left.
It feels like there's so much more Rocket League left to go, and NRG are going to make this as long as possible when they're scoring 3 times in a minute. Like, are you serious? Now Mist forcing the Joria's jump, puts it off to the side. Dries waits for his moment to shine, and maybe that was intended for Mist, but the bounce still has M80 panicking on their half as Dries towards the net, saved there by AJ, has to climb up to hope to get a solid clear, but NRG have just been closing them out, keeping them trapped, and now Joria's breaks through, but this narrowly gets Garrett the save.
Here's Miss with some more control. And he just looks so good on the ball, too. Just being able to keep that very close to the car. Not able to throw away possession easily. Forces out a 50. There's no doubt Miss has been playing good. AJ, though, will pick up this one. And M80 starting to get on the board here.
And Joria's had a reset there. Just goes for the bump on Dries. And that gives an opportunity for AJ with the boost to get up there. And that is a tough shot to hit for sure. And this gives M80 a chance in this game, too.
Yeah, just a little bit of hesitation there, and AJ just finds it there. And you'd love to see that level of shooting at AJ. Maybe we could see some more. Still a lot of game to go. And M80, we have seen them start to, of course, ramp up. We saw this in game 1, where a little bit of a slower start, and then they're able to make things work. AJ, you see him having to take this off his corner. Able to get that pass missed, and oh, Garrett gets beat. This is kind of big here for M80. What does Dries do? Nice high ball, not able to get a follow-up though, so Garrett has to come back, but he did buy enough time for the rest of the team to really get situated back on the defensive end.
Oh, and this goes that orange half, and Joria's second touch not leaving this in front of the net, and Mist shakes that up. And midfield has been commanded by NRG. This kicks off their offense yet again to the corner to Dries. The shot is in, and he gets it done.
And you wanted to see this out of Dries. There you go. Good read on the play. He's just up faster. Sorry, Jorius, you're just a little too slow there. Beautiful shot. Nas can't get there in time. Everybody on the board for NRG. It's 4-1.
Well, NRG have started to figure out how to connect these dots, or at least who's that? We gotta connect. It was Garrett G out demoing everybody, and I said between these games, NRG gotta find that leader on the field who was commanding this offense. Who do you pass it to? And they already just look so tremendously better from game 1 to game 2. And M80 down by 3 with 2 minutes left. It's not impossible, but AJ's getting chased there by Dries, goes above.
Oh my
M80
goodness.
prioritizing the quarter boost, and Jorius is getting harassed by 2 members of NRG, and somehow this gets out. Double for Jorius, misses it, goes to AJ, and M80 are not down yet.
And it was such a good play for Dries because he had 0 boost, but then it goes all the way around. Garrett G has to dodge the pressure. It was a man advantage play from M80, and they took full advantage of it. Now 2-goal game here, 1:49 to go. Can NRG hold on to this lead?
It's gonna be tough. Nas against Miz, Dries in the net gets shoved out of the way. And NRG make the most out of that when they looked like they were gonna get overwhelmed. But now Garrett is there, Miz demos in the net, but NRG don't have the ball, and they gotta be careful how much they commit to being physical if M80 are that quick to turn the play around. Now 90 seconds, Jorius missing. NRG diving for the ball, but find themselves in the blue half, so that 3-on-2 doesn't create that much of an advantage. If anything, M80 have turned the tables. And Jorius not getting the corner bounce, but gets it maybe to Nas. No, too far forward. Double demo from Miz.
No one has boost.
As NRG has time to think.
Yeah, they got to figure out something because they don't have boost right now. Everybody has to go back into their own back end, so this is free possession for M80, but they don't really do too much with it. That one gets away from Nas. Jory is trying to control it, but that's a bad touch. So now Dries is able to push this back into their own end. Garrett G can now play the 50 game, and this is perfect for NRG. Missed off the back ball. Looking for a follow-up touch. He's trying to do it all. Got the flip, but couldn't use it. Jorius clears it away, but he kills so much more time on the clock. If M80 want to make this one competitive, they got to get control. They got to stop missing some of these touches. AJ at a tough spot. Dries gets in front of him. This is disaster on the orange side as time is ticking down.
It's a disaster because M80 haven't had any boost for the past 30 seconds. And with what little gas they do have, Jorius is able to at least contest these aerials a little bit, and NRG have them starved. They killed enough time. Now with 10 seconds left, NRG have managed to tie the series 1-1 after what looked like a really suffocating start to the game in favor of NRG. We're tied 1-1.
Yes, so well done. I mean, the adjustments made from NRG looked really good this game. Dries definitely had a much better game. Not to say he played poorly in game 1. I know everyone's looking at that scoreline, but still remaining composed, looking confident. Not really, I mean, the challenges, everything seems really clean from NRG, and how they're playing on the ball looks super solid as well. I will say, though, M80 did kind of let that game slip away from them early. We're going to look at the highlights, and you're going to see all these goals that are scored in the first minute. That kind of set the tone from everything. M80 a little bit too aggressive out in front. A counterattack doesn't go their way. NRG pressure ending up leading to mistakes. They cleaned it up towards the end, but at that point, the game was already locked in for NRG.
Oh, I thought the demos were way more in favor of NRG. Now looking at these numbers, it's
It was
just
all missed. Yeah.
Mist is hungry. Let Mist eat. Yeah, he was out there, the double demo that opened up one of the goals, and I like that just the physicality was way more valuable in this game too. It had more intention. It wasn't just, well, let me do something now that I'm away from all the action. And I like that NRG are leading with more conviction in these offenses and coming out the gate swinging. Like, I think they intended to do that in game 1. Just M80 kind of knew some shenanigans were afoot for NRG, but our series is tied 1-1, first to 3. We'll see if M80 has what it takes to kind of download this very aggressive NRG team.
Yeah, I think it really does come down to a little bit of execution. We saw Nas in that last game not really get too many connections to the ball, just a couple of misreads off the back. Well, I mean, there were misreads all over the place for both teams in that game too. But when you're down, it's a little bit more highlighted, I'd say. Still a chance, though, for M80 to turn things around. It's not really, I mean, it's anybody's series at this point. What will M80 do? I feel like I expect them to be a little bit more conservative, not going too all in. And AJ, look, sails it right over the heads. First goal to M80.
Yeah, conserve this net. How is this just so free at a 50 in the air? Goes right into AJ's lap. tips it over towards the net. Great start by M80. You know their passes have been connecting. They're very accurate in that department. M80 just have to be aware of kind of being boost starved. I felt like NRG really went for that in the last minute or two of play when they are ahead. But now it's M80 that's ahead, at least for how long. Missed with the double, but no one home. Drees went for the demo, not the pass, and he's still trying to salvage that moment. But now respecting AJ, finding the moment to push him aside. And Jorius gets it right to Drees, not what they intended. And NRG now have to back away.
Wow. They have to back away just because of the clear, but I mean, they held on to that pretty well. And even with the clear, they are able to kind of have a little semblance of possession. AJ's doing his best to try to disrupt that now. And look at that, Jorius, strong touch forward. AJ able to get in the play again, because Nas was in a tough spot. Nas trying to control this one, but Drees sends it away. But no one really controlling the ball too well. It's been a lot of attempts to, but the second challenges, I mean, both teams are denying space really well on the field.
And a lot lower of a scoring game than game 2. You know, NRG don't have all this freedom in the world anymore. Now some boost for NRG. They look like they're okay. Actually, Drees was in the corner, was okay. AJ just goes and demos him, and you thought the charge would have started for M80, but the challenges and the passes missed. How does he not get that? Drees follows up. That's not on target. And M80 unbury themselves from that situation.
Miss trying again, and you gotta respect it. AJ jumps up. He knew Miss had that one. Beautiful save there. Great respect to AJ. And again, still a one-goal game, but NRG are making the most of their opportunities. This is not out of their hands just yet. Garrett testing ball, forces Jorius over to the side. Garrett looking to interfere, but he has to watch out. Miss has to watch out too. He doesn't want to bump his teammate. Drees up for the shot, and he's got it! Drees with the equalizer, and NRG tie this one up.
It's very rare instances where M80's defense get all knotted up. Whether it was maybe some double commits in the previous game to just no one taking the initiative, maybe some bumps is what's disrupting the structure here. And then this ball goes right to NRG, who can take that open shot. Now Garrett G almost having that again, but M80 have learned their lesson. And the shot straight on target for Nas gives M80 the lead again.
Yeah, I mean, this is right off the kickoff. I think someone went too far forward and Garrett was late to the play, so Nas able to pick this one up, puts it in the perfect spot. And even after all of that physicality for NRG, letting that one off the kickoff is going to be rough for them. We're already halfway through the game. Things are going to start to ramp up here soon for NRG, but M80 able to get things back here fairly quickly. And now, even with the ball on the blue side, they've been in a good spot. That one was a little aggressive challenge for AJ. He has got to come back and try to save that. But you can see NRG playing the beats. They're getting faster and faster. They're beating M80 to the ball in some cases. And then when they are set up in front, you have to watch out for the first guy who's on it, because after he gets off the ball, he's looking to see if he can take somebody out. They're doing their best to make sure M80 are as uncomfortable as they can be.
And NRG have great field coverage. They are just always in a position to get a touch on the ball to not make this easy for M80. But with less than 2 minutes, it's M80 in the driver's seat. AJ with the demo, bumps in the net, 2 in front, Miss with the jump, Jorius to the backboard, and this floats out to the midfield where Nas goes in for round 2. AJ climbs, gets there before Drees, and the bounce, Nas couldn't read, and NRG just getting this before the challenge comes in from M80, has bought themselves some real estate, but NRG need to buy themselves some goals, as it's been hard to break through that orange half.
Okay, I had to watch this play. That play was very ugly. Jorius messed up his first touch. He was trying to see if he could recover it. Was able to get the recovery, but Miss was also in a tough spot, so he had to go back. Now, NRG trying to control this play. You see Garrett keeping this one close. Good touch out from Nas to intercept. NRG not able to get a bump because Jorius is well positioned, and Jorius plays to the side. That pass is cut away. Nas now, he knows he can't get a pass, so he was going into the NRG end, making them a little bit uncomfortable. Not really even a numbers advantage here. NRG trying to play safe. They don't want to risk the chance of a counterattack goal here, but they have to slow down M80 in some way. You see Garrett G getting up there, forcing Jorius just to let go of the ball there fairly quickly. Miss trying to play the backboard, but Nas is there. It's going to come down to the micro here in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, Drees has to step up while Garrett G gets some more boost, and now that they have the energy, do they have Another goal, the equalizer, 21 seconds or less. And it's M80 not really pushing the envelope. They're down to clear this, and the midfield is to NRG. But how do you split up this M80 defense? Garrett G can't get the corner bounce. AJ steals it away. This goes all the way to the blue half. And misses the touch. And that's just over, and AJ gets the send away, and M80 take game 3.
This one really does come down to, people are going to look at the missed touch, of course. He does end up getting a crucial mistake, but M80 had that second goal locked in towards the bottom half of the game, and they kept it there. Very solid defensively, doing a good job. They were in some tough spots here and there, but I mean, gotta give credit. AJ had a clutch save. Nas was doing really good in terms of trying to disrupt, but also everybody's rotations seemed really solid. And Jorius was able to move the ball around very effectively, forcing NRG to either have to use boost to challenge him and to get the ball off of him. And that was just very solid all the way through. Look at the highlights here. M80 have the series on match point, but I would not say this one's over just yet. NRG just have to remain a little bit more composed. Of course, again, the counterattacks are a little tough and have to clean up a little bit more execution-wise to make sure things like that don't go away, because at the end of the day, they did lose seemingly almost to a kickoff goal. This one will count, though, for the third one, and we head to match point, Lemon. But I'd say this was still very close overall.
But was it close enough to make you worry about that DeBezos perfect bracket? That's that's what we're all worried about.
Listen, okay, I should not have tweeted that. I blame my chat. My chat set me up for failure. I'm just gonna say that right.
You got convinced to make that perfect bracket like $1,000. Did you put that down again?
Let's not talk about that. Game 4, live right now between NRG and M80. And NRG, again, have to get 2 if they want to take this series. Jorius, though, trying to close this one early for M80. It was a great try there, but now you see miss. Good flip reset, looking for the bump. Almost got him, he didn't need to get it. Top left corner, NRG on the board.
Oh, he's like that. Just out the gates, flip, reset, and everything. No one's even close. Trying to read what Mist is cooking up. He's in the kitchen. 1-0 for NRG. Hoping for a bounce back after such a close game 3. And a match point for M80, by the way. And it is Swiss, but M80 seem like the kings of Swiss, the merchants of Swiss, I guess the desk are saying, but NRG new and improved, or at least that's what we hope, as NRG can start off on a good foot.
Seems like it. Been very competitive over the course of this series. No real, I would say, blowouts here. And they've been playing M80 fairly close. But they have the 1-goal lead now, looking to force the game 5. That one gets away from him. AJ tries to control it. Garrett G immediately recognizes the danger, says, let me get involved here. Jorius off the back wall. It's a little free. A lot of panic touches from NRG, but good on Garrett to control this one. Drees trying to get the bump downfield on AJ. Almost worked out. The threat of a bump has worked out plenty of times from NRG before. This time, AJ, great save.
And great composure out of AJ in that 1v2. You know the bump was going to be coming. You needed to stay focused on the ball and just slow down that whole play. And Drees coming out of nowhere. Nose down, bounces in, and NRG grow their lead.
Oh, I like that from Garrett. Just gets the touch at the perfect time as AJ is getting closer to the ball. That beats out AJ, forcing Jorius to go up. He can't get a solid touch. And then Drees, the shot's not pretty, but it goes in. That's all you need if you're NRG. 2-0 here in game 4.
Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to work. Jorius soars to the corner, overwhelmed, stacked defense there from NRG. AJ's free with the ball. Garrett trying to read this and just kills the ball straight down. Great awareness from Garrett G. Seems like NRG now have lost control of that midfield, and Nash just flicks it above, makes it look easy.
Like I said, they lost control of the midfield. Bump out one. Great 50 from Jorius. Miss knew he couldn't get it, so he tried to back off. Nas, I mean, he's amazing at 1v1s. He's one of the best players in Europe. He saw missing that 1v1 opportunity, knew exactly where to put the ball, top left corner.
Now M80 keep themselves within 1. AJ might have stolen that corner boost and hoping to keep M80 anchored in this half. His bumps in the way, missed the last one there, but he can't save it all. Nas with the equalizer.
We talked about the bumps. AJ doesn't even play ball, says get out the way, I'm setting up a lane, and again, miss, panic touch out, can't get a follow-up there. Free ball for Nas, free shot, free goal, just like that, all tied up.
Yeah, that lead that Energy had just vanished in smoke within 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of insane. M80 know how to turn up, and that's crazy. Energy, Drees chasing the corner, and they lead that charge, and then the 50 goes awry, and now the ball is to M80. They race to that blue half, and there's some passes that are looking deadly. So does Garrett G. After that demo on the miss, they had a decent clear. They looked like they had a counterattack brewing. And Mist waits for what AJ is doing. Now Mist and Garrett G hope that Drees carries the ball with them. They start taking boosts away from M80. And this was a secret recipe to success in game 2 to kill M80. But now NRG need to also regain control of that midfield. What helped them kick off these offenses so often. But it's been tough to kind of split M80 apart.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, but they've been very effective no matter where they've been on the field. Jorius wants to line up that double. And now Miss looking for some control. No boost, though. He thought about getting the corner, but said probably it's best to play ball there. Now he's got to circle back, try to get pads. Still, with 12, able to make that save across. Does get the corner, so that works out great for him. Once that outlet pass, he's not going to get it. AJ gets the cutoff there. Now Miss forced back again. He's going to have to make a clear, but it gets away from him. Naz wants to control it. Not the best first touch. He kind of leaves a lane there for AJ, who gets the double on target. But either way, it's still not enough to get NRG too nervous. They're remaining very composed here, and they need to be, because M80 are going to try to make them uncomfortable, and a goal here could clutch this series for M80.
Yeah, AJ was trying to make them uncomfortable in the net and then ran on 0 boost, so he just too slow on that. And NRG were just able to escort the ball away. Jorius with control drops it down, and Nas with
oh my God!
Bottom left, he's disgusting.
M80 just absolutely amazing. Look at Garrett G on this play. He is getting bullied out of the play. Then Nas has a free lane for a double because no one's on the backboard. Lands it. I mean, this is they just played that so well. So impressed from M80 there. They take the lead as we approach the final minute.
Hat trick for Nas, 5 shots to his name. He's doing it all. And even setting up off the backboard there, and AJ wanted to maybe bump that player off from NRG, and Drees with some control, but M80 have picked up the pace. You do not have time to control this ball without getting bumped, without getting shoved, and now this pops all the way to the blue net. Is that it? It is.
What a challenge there. And that one might actually be a solidifier. Look at that read from Jorius. Off the wall, rolls all the way into the lower right corner. And you can even see the smiles from them because they know that's a solid cushion. 37 seconds left, up by 2. This game is M80's to lose, and they show no signs of doing so.
31 seconds to the blue half. Jorius with a nice attempt. Great effort on the side of M80. Now Garrett hoping to overwhelm that corner. Jorius always likes to go above and beyond as ways to escape the other team. Mist didn't get that second touch, and Garrett's trying to be that leader on the field that can be that spark plug. But now with Jorius slowing down the play in the midfield, escorting this off to the side, NRG have run out of time and run out of chances. M80 will lock down this series and win it 3-1 in a few seconds.
Yeah, wait, we gotta see if we can get one more. There's a chance. Everyone's keeping it up. I respect that. Ball will hit the ground, though. And you're right. M80 take this series in 4. Very well done from the Swiss Merchants. I think a lot of people expected it, but not in this manner. I will say, even though NRG do lose this series, I mean, they looked really good and competitive for the most part. There were just a couple of times, especially towards the end of the series there, where things kind of got away from them. Sometimes, again, M80, who were so good at the bumps, just getting NRG, whoever's in the net in a tough spot, which messes up your whole kind of defensive flow. You have to be able to adapt on the fly, and that was the biggest thing. Now, to say on the other side, NRG are also capable of doing that. We saw that over the course of the series. It's just M80, it just feels like it's more fleshed out, a little bit more practice from them. Very good series overall.
And M80 were able to deal with that pressure, that traffic, and to stay composed. You know, there's a few times they got kind of mixed up on the defense and communication fell through. And NRG, when they smell blood in the water, they go for it, but it wasn't enough for NRG. It's an exciting game one of our second qualifier. Let's see what other games are going on with the desk.
There are quite a few games happening across the Swiss still going on. We'll give you the updates here in a moment, but M80 able to make quick work of NRG here. NRG putting up a good effort, good showing from them on this one, but what a brutal final goal there, Gibbs. I mean, Joris with the dunk on Dries to seal the deal.
Yeah, Dries is trying for that midfield pass, and Joris just continually flies, and like, the worst part about those plays is like, all right, like, he got that touch, but it turns into a goal is the worst. But here we go, Akron, Space Station in Game 5. Are you kidding me?
Game 5.
This is a reverse sweep, by the way, if Akron pulls it off.
In fact, there's been some crazy results here in the first Swiss. This is one of them. Akron going all the way to Game 5, especially after Game 1, dropping Game 1 5-2 to SSG. I was telling you, Stacks, you score a lot of goals in Game 1, you somehow end up on Champions Field every time. Space Station, though, going to get goal number 2 there to get to the lead. 21 seconds left. They might avoid the reverse sweep here.
Nice little midfield pass there by Hoxer, and kind of a missed shot by Chicago, but very fortunately he gets that bounce, and that's what it comes down to. It's why you don't want to go to Champions Field when you are a favorite, because that bounce could have went a completely opposite way, and Akron could have possibly had a counterattack there. So Space Station, it looks like they're gonna survive. Let's see if Akron has one more push here. Hoxer gets the clear, and that will do it. Space Station,
There's
survive.
no justice in the world. LJ broke a rule wonder in this game.
Oh, no.
He's going to get away with it. My goodness.
At Space Station, I think a lot of people have them power ranked number 3-ish in North America. Last time they lost in the quarterfinals, but they only lost to G2 and Gen G. So Space Station is one of those top teams. I think most people will expect them to be fighting for one of those top 4 spots, but every single round one is always questionable in Swiss, and this one was as well, but Space Station prevails.
So strong performance there from Akron. We'll see if they can bounce back and actually get the win in round number 2. Updates on the rest of the Swiss here. Dignitas and Omelette trailing far behind everybody else. They're just they just started Game 4 right now because they went to 13 minutes of overtime across the first 2 games. It was 5.5 in the Game 1, 7 and 49 seconds in Game 2 there. Game 3 did not go to overtime, 2-1 in favor of Omelette there. So Omelette leading the series 2-1 after winning 2-1 in Game 3. We'll see them there. Across the rest of the Swiss, just a few updates. G2 able to nearly perfect sweep the Leftovers. Leftovers got 1 goal in game number 3 to avoid the perfect sweep, but G2 does win that one 3-0. Same story with TSM versus G Buffo. G Buffo scoring 1 goal in game 3. That third game did go to overtime, but a 3-0 in favor of TSM. 3-1, Gen G absolutely obliterated OG. 5-1, 5-2, and then 3-2 in the final games. That wasn't the big one, though. It was LG. LG versus Incorrect was the disgusting match. 3-2 overtime in game 1, and then 7-2 and 8-3 in Golden Games 2 and 3 there. They outscored them 18-7? Yes, so that's a
Reynolds had as many goals as LG conceded.
That's crazy.
And I heard on their team stream, they just were not watching gameplay at some point and just playing Hangman because they were up by so much. So, you know.
That sounds like Spaceman and Corelli.
Yeah.
Shout outs to the Luminosity broadcast. If you want to watch something that is just new in a very different way of approaching this stuff and is genuinely entertaining, go check out the Luminosity stream. They'll be getting ready for round number 2 here. Also, Pirates on a boat, baby! Let's talk about it. They take it down, deleted XD 3-1. That game went to overtime in game 4. They were able to finish them off. Gotta love it. And that I think is all.
That wraps up
all the matches here. Yeah. So. We'll see here. This is the last match of this round.
There it is. There's Dignitas giving us another overtime, probably.
So I kind of talked about this in the green room. I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring it up, but I am waiting for Dignitas to turn into a pumpkin. At some point, their team on paper shouldn't be this good. Now, obviously, they are playing incredibly well, and I expect them to be fighting for a top 4 spot. But one of these tournaments, I just feel like they're going to have a really bad result. I don't know when that's going to come, but it just feels like it's due at some point. They are so good. They've won so many tournaments, but for some reason, I can't get over on paper they shouldn't be this good. So I think there's going to be a counterbalance at some point, and maybe it begins now with Omelet. Omelet, big save there to hold this to a tie. But Omelet is one of those teams that you cannot sleep on. They didn't make it to the first main event. Almost shot there, but okay.
Well, the thing for Dignitas is, even though the clock strikes midnight, they just keep playing it in overtime until it comes right back around.
Apparently.
That's true. They'll turn back. They'll turn back in time. But
Crazy how much they've played in OT.
So I just want to talk about Omelet really quickly, because they didn't make it to the top 16 in Regional 1. They were power ranked by the pros around 12th or so. So people thought they'd be good. Ooh, another big save by Omelet. The defense is holding on right now in this game 4.
You know what? This makes sense to me, Gibbs. I just I don't actually continue here. As finally Arsenal
that's fine. That's fine.
Give me what were you talking about with Omelet here?
So really quick, like Omelet. So they don't make it to Regional 1. Then Regional 2 open qualifiers. They lose on day 1. They lost on day 1. Had to go through the lower bracket. Had to win, I think it was 9 lower bracket matches in a row to even make it here. So they were like on an incredible run. Like, I think we could compare it to like a Cloud9, you know, World Championship lower bracket run. Why not? Omelet, fantastic by you. So they do survive and make it here, and they have a chance to upset teams. I would not be surprised if they make a top 8, because they're one of those teams most people don't think that they're going to play that well, but they are on the verge. They're on the verge of a top 10 team when they are on. So I think they can pull off some upsets here.
I just realized that we are like Omelet is kind of the leftover dying echoes of the old Torrent rosters with Percy and Zanil, both former members of Torrent, which was another team that liked to go to massive overtime, just break your heart with the cardio it's putting you through as you're having to watch and worry that your team's not going to win. Going up against Dignitas, the other team that loves to go to massive long overtime. So the fact that this match has already had 13 minutes of overtime makes so much sense. Like, that just makes it just all clicks.
It does. That was a great goal by Percy. It was a flip reset, and I believe it was Lion Blaze who's like, I know you have this, so I'm just going to run up a demo. And that physical play you'll see a lot in North America. It's going to be happening a ton. Like, we see it in Europe, but we see it in the air more so when we saw the top 4 teams. They were doing it a lot of like aerial takedowns, but on NA, it's probably going to be a more grounded approach. But you should be seeing that a lot.
Because it's easier to demo people on the ground.
Hey, I'm not saying Europe is better, but they are. All right, for now. But let's wait till we go to Copenhagen, and then.
I wouldn't say it's Europe. I'd just say it's France.
That, you know, fair. There you go.
Let's make France their own region. This is a deal to Percy. Surprised they actually got that.
So this is huge.
Oh, bad.
Oh,
nice.
No, weak shot.
Bad shot.
Well,
bad shot.
That's hard because you don't expect it to have a golden opportunity like that. But you are playing for it, so you should be kind of ready. I don't know, but it's very, very hard.
Yeah.
When someone misses like that.
Well, no, there's two defenders there. You kind of just go into retreat mode for a second, and then realize, oh wait, too late. Oh, try to get through, and you'll close in on it.
But if Dig lose here, this is game 4, so even if Omelet somehow loses this, there's still game 5 to play. We're way behind on our schedule here. So Omelet,
they played 2 extra games of Rocket League. This is game 5 for them right now.
It's like game 7 coming up soon, because 13 minutes. So that's no. So this would be game 6 then, if I'm so we'd be going into game 7.
Into the 6th game,
Yeah. Let's see, Arsenal. Ooh, try to keep it up.
How about some more overtime?
Another overtime. Why not?
All right, so everyone go grab some popcorn. You have about 3 minutes until something happens in this overtime. So go ahead.
We can just play the overtime game. Just let us know in chat who you think's going to score and when.
Yeah.
It's always a fun time.
It's like shooting a 3 in the NBA. Like, if the overtime hits 5 minutes, then it should count for 2 games. If you win it, you know? Why not? Speed it up.
By the way, coming into this game, the teams are combined for 66 shots. in 3 games. So
I mean,
they're just getting all the extra opportunities. Shooting percentages are going to be, minuscule by the time this series is over.
Oh, good drop down. Gyro couldn't do anything with it, though. Evo, wasting time. Uh-oh. Okay. They didn't get anything out of it.
Chat,
I'm
reminder,
trying
games
to
have gone to 5 minutes of overtime and then 7 minutes of overtime. So all of you putting times that are like 2 minutes or like a minute, gotta bump those
you're
numbers
cute.
up. Those are some rookie numbers.
But this is just huge, though, because if Omelet wins here, they also have a good game differential as well, so that'll help in the later rounds. So it'll be very important for them to even try and win it here, to avoid the G2s and the really hard-hitting teams, hopefully. I guess there still is chances for it, but... oh, good flipper set, the scoop and score, Arsenal forcing the game
Who had
5.
Arsenal at 136? Who had Arsenal at 136? You're the genius. I was the fraud. I told you guys you're shooting low. Well done. We're going to game
still
5.
got it.
Let's go. Listen, when you're talking about this, you're like, this roster on paper shouldn't be this good. I mean, why not?
It's got its player in Gyro, which again, he is resurgent here, but his last top 4 before last week or 2 weeks ago was Rlcs X. So it was a very long time ago. Arsenal.
Come on, it's every team. We know that you got good players on bad teams, man. They're just not able to find the results. He's got a good team around him now.
No, and that's fair. I am saying they look fantastic. I'm just waiting for one bad result. That's all. I'm not saying multiple. I'm just saying one.
You
Just
are
one.
a hater.
Yeah.
Just wait for the
all
bad
this talk
results.
about-
Come on, lose for me now.
No, just one.
With all this talk this week about motivation and boot camps and work ethic, you got Arsenal on the team. I give this team a shot every single week.
Sure.
I believe,
The hype man
it can
himself.
happen here. Chat, also, we're just watching the games with you guys here as we're waiting for the round 1 to finish. There is a little bit of a delay because we're hopping into the game midway through, so that's why we're not commentating. We're just enjoying the match with you guys here. Otherwise, there'd be a delay and it would feel weird. So we're just kind of watching the games with you guys here.
I'm gonna try and
If you want to hear some actual commentary, head to twitch.tv/Dignitas, folks. It's gonna great. You hear out Jorby and Turtle. They're doing a great job over there. You can get some. They'll be very biased towards Dignitas, as they should be. But it'll be a good time over there as well. Game 5.
And for whatever reason, if you like the underdog story, I believe Bass is running the Omelet stream.
Let's go.
The Bass from the past on his channel.
Not from the future.
No, definitely not.
All right, I'm going to try and find who they'll play.
Oh,
So
that's
give me
a
a couple
goal.
minutes. Oh, no. All right. So gotta love, game 5, everything's on the line, and then it's just the wide open. Now, that was because of a demo, I suppose, by Zanil. But
Yeah. Good. You were talking
I'm
about the
curious,
physicality.
though, if this game starts to trend towards overtime, right? Do we start getting direct on the stats? Hey, what's the longest duration for a
cumulative
best
oval?
of 5?
Yeah. Direct, if you got us, that'd be wonderful. Let's ask him. Be a fun number just to know.
make them work.
Yeah.
There we go. Omelet, though. This is absolutely huge. 2-goal lead now. Another bump play by Zanil. Coming out, Percy is there to just clean it up. And Omelet, a quick 2-goal lead. And they always say this in hockey. When you have a 2-goal lead, the 3rd goal is so important. And we almost get one here because it's either a blowout or it's a brand new game in terms of momentum. It'll be a 2-1, just 1 goal down. So this 3rd goal is going to be huge.
All right, come on, Diggy. You got to send it to overtime. It's the only appropriate way for this series to go.
Yeah, right? They have to battle back.
Dignitas has had S-tier decals 2 seasons in a row right now. Just got to point it out.
Yellow.
The
Gotta
beautiful
love it.
yellow to pink.
I mean, they've probably had more different decals than anybody because they've changed their logo about 17 times.
kind of.
Bring back
Oh,
the owl.
Bring back,
the falcon
what
on
was
the
it,
shield.
Team Instinct? That logo.
Oh.
All right, I think Diggs got to score soon. Here we go. Arsenal hype man. It's coming up. It's coming up.
Come on.
He's going to go for the dunk.
He waited.
No one there to follow, though. Everyone's already back on defense for Omelet. Arsenal again, though. He's like, all right, I'm going to take over. I'm going to take over midfield. Just try and help my boys up. Get something going.
They're all in midfield here, halfway through the game.
By the way, regardless of how long this inevitable overtime goes, because you know Dignitas will score a couple and force an OT, you don't have to worry about their shooting percentage being the lowest in the round, even though they're only at a shade under 11%. Leftover shot 5%, G Buffo shot 4.76% of this round.
Gross.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the main event.
Really quick, too, on the Omelet, about the Game 4 importance, about trying to get an easier matchup. So if they would have won in Game 4, they would have played Luminosity. But now if they win in Game 5, they play G2. So I think that's a pretty big difference. No offense to Luminosity, but G2 obviously looked like the best in the day by far 2 weeks ago. And Lion Blaze put home another one. This might be sealing the deal here. Omelet, like, they'll be happy either way, obviously. Going 1-0, doesn't matter who you play. But that Game 4, they could have had a slightly easier matchup. But
another really heads-up demolition, too, there from Zanil. Gyro, the last line of defense. He's got control of the ball. Zanil's like, if I just remove you, this becomes doable. And honestly, they were in a rough situation before that, but that was kind of the nail in the coffin there. Now 3-0. This one looking really good for Omelet.
Left. Like, at this point, you just got to throw everything at the house. And
So
this is where you'll give up a wide open net, obviously. Like, if that's going to happen for a Dignitas, but you have to pressure. You have to demo. You have to pressure.
For the record, Direct is still working on whatever the cumulative most time of overtime is in a best of 5, but apparently the single game record is 1741, and that was in a best of 5. So this series is still trailing behind that single game.
Well, there you go. That's easy enough.
All right. Dignitas, great effort here, but pretty much mathematically eliminated at this point.
Yeah, think about in years past where, the top teams were a little more secured, and so you'd see the same teams at the top every single week. Your 1-0 teams now include Pirates on a Boat and Omelet, barring something catastrophic here.
Yeah, I thought there was probably going to be about 9 teams battling for 8 spots. I had Omelet outside of that, but, way after this big result, puts them in a great spot. Even if they are playing at G2, like, even if they do lose that, they're still sitting at 1-1. Now they don't have to worry about playing G2 again. And there's going to be, it's still a very, very good chance. That's a high-quality win out of Omelet versus Dignitas. And the Dignitas, they're going to have to battle back. They'll get easier competition, but you still got to win those games. So Dignitas will be in that 0-1 round.
Big ones there. G2, Gen.G, TSM, Omelet, Luminosity, Pirates on a Boat, SSG, and M80 all advance to the 1-0 side of our Swiss. The other teams will advance to the 0-1 side, where they will then play each other here, folks. We're going to go to a quick break while we get the second round of the Swiss here seated and ready to go. We'll be right back with more RLCS action after this. Round one of the Swiss concluded. Round two just around the corner. We had some incredible goals, some incredible games, some incredible overtimes in round number one. We'll see if round two has any surprises in store for us there. We watched M80 take down NRG. We will see who they play in round two here in just a moment. But we got Lemon Kiwi on the desk. Lemon, I mean, what was the biggest surprise for you in round number one?
Well, I got to cast the NRG game, and they were out demoing everyone. I think Mist at some point like had 5 demos or something to his name. Like, NRG came with a vengeance. Like, they had something to prove, and I just think the NRG story was really awesome. But in terms of the results that happened off broadcast, like the Omelet game was super surprising. SSG going to 5, but you know, I'm kind of secretly CRL pilled, and I'm low-key cheering for Omelet and like Akron, so I'm fine if they have some upsets.
I love it. I love it. Akron and Omelet getting some representation up here. I mean, Mist in particular, I will say, in a losing effort, Gibbs, I was very impressed with his performance. I always like watching Mist. He had a great fake to Garrett at one point. He and Garrett were tag teaming for all their goals, it seemed like, through the beginning of that match.
Yeah, last year it felt like on FaZe, he kind of wasn't grinding anymore and maybe lost that passion for the game. But he's back on energy. He's looking fantastic through both of these qualifiers. He looks like the best player on the field more times than not. But the physical play by him, going for double demos, going for a lot of physical plays, is fantastic to open it up for energy. And they look better than I thought they would. I thought M80, they might come out and just 3-0 them because of all the roster stuff. But Mystic Garrett G really put that team on their back, and Drees is doing what he can, because obviously it's only with 2 weeks of practice. So Energy, I think there's still a shot that we see him back in that 2-2 round, and then you never know.
We'll see. I mean, Lemon, you're absolutely right. Energy definitely got something to prove here. They'll have a chance to prove it in round number 2 here, as they'll be taking on G Buffo the next round there for NRG. A good bounce back game after a rough round 1. Some exciting matchups from top to bottom here. Oh man, Pirates on a boat. Finally, welcome to the big leagues. You get a big match. This is easily the toughest team they face going up against Gen G here.
I think that is winnable for Pirates on a Boat. Achieves, I think, has made a lot of magic happen for this team as the coach. And Gen G in the last qualifier had, you know, some surprise, like a slower start to the last qualifier, but maybe that was just fresh off the off season. But that could be not a guaranteed win for Gen G. That's all I gotta say.
Let's talk about the bottom matches here for a moment, Gibbs, as we've got, I think, poor leftovers, man. They get G2 in round 1, and they get Dignitas in round 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at Akron and Incorrect. Again, a bunch of players out of the college scene. That's a big one for both those teams to try and right the wrongs and go 1-1. But also Deleted versus OG. OG has now lost 4 games on the main event. They are supposed to be power ranked by pros the 4th best team. They had to play Gen G, so that's a tough road. But you have to bounce back at some point, and maybe that is the match. And if they lose that, it might be over.
We'll see. We'll see. This is. Yeah, I mean, what is it? I feel like your team resolve collapses after. I mean, losing to Gen G 3-1, okay, who hasn't done that? But losing to Deleted XD 3-0 or something like that, if they were to drop that one in really rough style, that might be curtains for OG. We'll see how they do. We'll keep an eye on that matches, though. Let's talk about the upper matches, though. I mean, you're talking about Pirates on a Boat here. Definitely a threat against Gen G there. I mean, if we're looking at the other matches in the top here, Lemon, I mean, we've got G2, Omelet. Again, sort of a similar story to Pirates on a Boat here. You win a game, congratulations, you get harder matches.
Yeah, we'll see how G2 does against Omelet. I think G2 got a little surprised by the Snowman out the gates in the last qualifier, so I wonder how they do against these more scrappier teams, or if, I don't know if it's like a respect thing of like, we could beat anyone, we're not even thinking about these lower teams, and that's when they can really be surprised. Obviously, the LG Space Station game, I think, is going to be the closest. TSM M80 is exciting, just because I'm wondering if M80 is going to go perfect in the Swiss again.
I see. yeah, do the Swiss merchants have everything in their store today? We'll find out. But let's talk about that middle match, though. Space Station taking on Luminosity. Great games from both of them. Very different games from the two of them. Space Station having to avoid a reverse sweep. Meanwhile, LG just obliterating their competition in round number 1 there. And let's start talking about this Luminosity roster first here, Gibbs. They got the old kind of the remnants of the Optic roster from last season with Magic Bear and Rlcs picking up Cheese here.
Yeah, they bring in Cheese, and he was a top free agent for North America. A lot of people had him rated very highly throughout the offseason, so he comes onto this Luminosity squad, and we've seen great results out of them. They were a fantastic team in the first qualifier. They only lost to G2, then Dignitas and Swiss, and then G2 again in the playoff bracket, so they had a very difficult road. So they were my dark horse for a top 4 pick. But on the other side, you have Space Station Gaming. I think most people had them power ranked around number 3. They came out, they lost to G2. Who'd they get in the bracket? Gen G. So both these teams have only lost to the top 3 teams. It feels like there's a top 3 or maybe even a top 2 now because of that Dignitas loss and then everyone else. But Luminosity and Space Station are in that conversation for that number 3 spot. And this match will show us who is in that spot at least right now. So this is a big one.
Okay, well, the players getting ready to go. Raw Greg, also the coach from that Optic roster, coming on over to the LG side of things here. They'll see if they're able to get it done against one of the, at this point, mainstays of competitive North American Rocket League, Space Station Gaming. They've been here for so long, such a storied organization. Excited to see how Sad Jr. and the boys are able to fare up against LG here. But I mean, I love it, Lemon, when like Gibbs said it. He was like, these teams have only lost to the top 3. That gets me excited about a match. This one should be good.
This is going to be so exciting. SSG, I mean, the talent is there. You have Chicago that comes from G2. I think that was the most exciting roster change from the offseason.
Okay.
And Chicago has really helped excel this team. And LJ has always been like this historical, just high-performing player. And Space Station has just the talent, the value is there, and I'm really excited for this match. And also what happens on the LG stream, because they got penguins and stuff.
That's I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little biased towards LG because of what they do over there. Give me them in this one. Well, we all got LG on this one. Chat, let us know who you think. LG, #LG, #SSG on this one. Yeah, is there? Okay,
this
so
is tough.
is it? It's not this one-sided though. We're all going LG on the desk here, Gibbs.
Yeah, I have it as a coin flip, but like Luminosity was my dark horse for a top 4. Space Station, I expect them to finish the top 4, so I'm going to go with the underdog a bit just because of their round 1. They looked so incredibly good. They dominated. Space Station didn't. So
I don't know if they're an underdog though, but they're Space Station losing the fan vote 25 to 75 here, and we got them a sweep on the desk. This is, if anything, SSG is absolutely going to upset. We've just given them so much ammo here. Let's get into the match, folks. So I was excited to watch it. Enough of us talking. Let's let them play. Luminosity versus Space Station here in round 2 to stay perfect in the Swiss. Let's get it going.
If you are a Shopify Rebellion fan, avert your gaze, cover your ears. You don't want to watch this. Your team sits on 10. Luminosity and SSG guaranteed 10 points just by virtue of being 1-0 right now. And here we go. Somebody's going to jump ahead of the other and get you within 1 win of Saturday's top 8.
Here we go, but this is going to be a banger matchup, though, for the day here. Luminosity versus Space Station Gaming. I'm already knowing those guys on that LG side ready for the show. It's up to the boys to see if they can deliver here as we get things started and kicked off.
Rlcs once again gets to face his former squad, and it's Chicago, one of the newcomers on this SSG team, making that initial save. Cheese will dive right in, try to center this. Hawkser in his way. Love to see Hawkser get more involved in the offense after feel like he left some opportunities on the table a couple of weeks ago. LJ with a save, trying to outlet towards Hawkser, and Cheese is right there as LJ gets sandwiched between Rlcs and Cheese.
There's already that Luminosity disruption that SSG have to deal with. It'll be really interesting to see if they can evolve over the course of the series. Cheese playing an outlet. Reynolds on that back wall, looking to disrupt, had forced someone to go. I think that was Chicago. Magic Bear with a bump there in the back end. Expect this time and time again as the series continues on. But right now, Luminosity in full control, keeping that possession close and forcing forcing SSG to really play up there. Great shot, follow up. No, Reynolds, bar down. There you go. There's the finish. Slater slots it home. Luminosity up.
Well, it helps when your team outscores the opposition 18-7 in the opening round. That's Reynolds' tournament-leading 8th goal on the day. He has been a wrecking crew all on his own. Luminosity gets the opening goal. SSG looking to answer right back. LJ up ahead. Chicago's there, but he bails out. LJ demolished by Cheese, and Luminosity back on the attack.
Just immediately picking up right where they left off. This is good, solid control there from Cheese. And where's the defense? That one just goes all the way in. Cheese will pick up the second goal.
This is inexplicable. At some point, somebody's got to make a play. Somebody has to actually go for the ball. Chicago ran out of space. This is very uncharacteristic of SSG. I mean, when you look at that first round, I mean, both teams took on basically CRL teams because you have all 3 members of Incorrect are on some CRL roster or another. But it was Luminosity that swept Incorrect, and then Space Station goes game 5 with Akron. They were about to sweep Akron out of the first round before Tristan and the squad led that great comeback charge. And I say Tristan, it was more Patty. Like, Patty really got him going in game 3.
Oh,
they didn't have an answer for him. Just like they don't have an answer for anybody on Luminosity. Everybody shoots, everybody scores.
Look at that control. Slater brings it right there. You see Haas challenging. Reynolds with the bump, too, creating a perfect lane. And Magic Bear with the top right slot. If I'm on the LG team stream right now, I'm jumping up and down on my chair because this is exactly what you want to see from these guys. Wow, what a
playing
performance.
Hangman again by the end of this series. Magic Bear, indirect for himself. This time they finally stop him. Somebody actually decided to go for the ball. Now Reynolds diving in, got the quarter boost steal. Oxer, right for LJ. Magic Bear's got to get up, and he does. Shot was high, but Magic Bear needed to control that rebound, and he has.
Very solid there. I mean, you're starting to see just LG again. Look at Cheese, keeping this close, playing it for Reynolds. Reynolds gets a 50. They're looking for bumps on that third defender. Magic Bear's taking bumps on LJ. Reynolds cuts out the outlet pass, so LJ has to get a desperate touch. Chicago can't follow it up, so then Magic Bear keeps it close, tries to play it towards himself, gets it over Chicago. Everything is so calculated right now from Luminosity, and it's going to be really tough for SSG to break through this right now. They have to start keeping the ball a lot closer here as well. But how do you do that when you're under constant threat? LG's trying to do so. Chicago gets the follow-up, but Reynolds just waiting on the backboard for him. He'll clear it out to the sidewall, and Luminosity will still continue to hold on to their 3-goal lead. For SSG, you got to clean things up. And you need to clean things up fast if you're trying to make this game more competitive, because right now, it's not pretty.
It's been very, very ugly for SSG. LJ got a shot off, and Cheese is there for the save. Reynolds stuffed Hawkser on the follow-up. And again, SSG forced all the way back to their own back line. At least the ball was wide of the net. So they are only trailing by 3. LJ will bring it back across. He's got Hawkser behind him. LJ over to Chicago, and nothing's going to come from that either.
Oh man, great 50s from Cheese. 50s too, gets the third touch. He literally stopped every single player on Space Station Gaming before they could move up. Bought his team a lot of time, and he's gonna get that 100 boost. Cheese is a monster defensively, has great field awareness, great communication. Can he stop LJ here? He can. Great win on the challenge there, forcing Space Station back. He picks up the 100 before he gets demoed, but I mean, big value play there. Again, Space Station Gaming shooting 4 shots, have landed 0. It's all been blocked by Luminosity, I'm sorry.
That's been a masterclass out of LG. LJ going to work again, try to break up the shutout. That's the only thing SSG has to play for here in game 1. It's been pure dominance. Geez, just very patiently lets the offense go by. Nothing going netward at all for Space Station Gaming. That one finally does. Magic Bear pokes it away. Reynolds up to guard LJ. Clock is hit 0. Ball is hit ground. Luminosity couldn't draw it up any better.
Clean, just very clean game out of Luminosity. Of course, it wasn't full offense the entire time, but the defense was solid. They didn't put themselves in really tough spots. They feel composed. And we expected Luminosity to look better going into this event, but I don't think it was really in this level of manner. I mean, to limit SSG to 5 shots that game, you outshot them 7-5. And then, of course, the way you were on offense, it was just clear, clinical, lots of bumps, and Space Station looked very awkward. Of course, we're going to expect to see some changes here from SSG going into game 2, but Luminosity looked really strong after that first one.
Well, again, they scored 18 goals in the first round, and they show no signs of stopping anytime soon. 3-0 against a better team this time around in SSG, but still a 3-goal lead. It felt like it was a 6 or 7-goal lead at times because SSG just had so few quality looks at the net, maybe 1 or 2 the entire game. So now as we go on to game 2, I mean, you look at the team that had 3 out of the top 4 scorers in the first round, gonna go right back at it again on DFH.
Oh,
okay.
interesting kickoff there from LG. Reynolds went straight for the demo. Went to get some separation. I also tried to get some boosts, but I definitely would have to look back at that one again. That one happened so quick, I didn't even see all of it. But interesting start. Now, Chicago trying to play this up front. You're seeing Space Station Gaming try to turn up the pace here. Did kind of feel like things were a little slow from them initially. Good touch there from LJ to set up Chicago. That was a great shot, but an even greater save from Magic Bear. He dove at the perfect spot.
I just ran out of room and had enough to boost across and make that last-ditch save. Now Magic Bear was left for the shot, but he peels off at the last moment. Gonna have to retreat. He's at the back line now as Chicago tries to bring it in, and Magic Bear's all over that. Good ball to Cheese to let him go forward, but nothing else brewing there. But LG still all over the SSG half. Space Station, it's not like they were outshot by a lot. It was only 7-5 in game 1. But again, the quality of opportunities greatly favored LG, as did the scoreboard. And Cheese will just almost accidentally roll this one home.
Yeah, I mean, you see LJ was not expecting that pinch at all, tries to correct it, and Cheese just jumps right on top of it. Really tough read there for LJ to make, but he is kind of overextended there. Gets caught off guard. Cheese, great way to take advantage of a little bit of the chaos.
Space Station, who had scored late to pull away from Akron and avoid a reverse sweep effort, struggling now with Luminosity, a team that, again, is Space Station. Everybody kind of figured, okay, you've got Gen G and G2. Who's in that third slot? And most people would have said it's Space Station. They don't look like the third best team right now. They look like the third best team on the field. Here goes LJ, trying to get around Magic Bear. He does so and beats Reynolds. 1-on-1 now. LJ missed it high.
Oh, Magic Bear not able to get a good touch, so Reynolds followed up there very quickly. Even in a tough spot, right? He had LJ free flick off the backboard. SSG couldn't capitalize off of it. They're trying again here, playing things low and slow, but again, they are on a scoring drought. They have not been able to get a single goal yet this series. And we're seeing Luminosity pick up right where they left off here. We're almost at that halfway mark. It's a 1-goal game. SSG is out shooting and may have a chance here, but Reynolds, great block, even with Chicago in his face.
LG fans have got to be loving this, but there is still work to do. Reynolds will leave that ball and go head hunting. Trying to be a nuisance. Hawks her back downfield. Reynolds makes sure to secure that corner boost. He's got Magic Bear in support. Cheese running forward. Reynolds gonna have to take it himself and lost possession. And back the other way it comes. Chance for LJ. And Cheese taking his time, getting back in time to make the stop. Reynolds very quickly have to challenge LJ. He beat him to the punch. Cheese still downfield, little indecisive. And now Magic Bear and Reynolds not quite on the same page, and an opportunity squandered for Luminosity.
Yeah, I feel like they tried to hesitate that a little bit. Will it punish? Almost a chance there. Magic Bear can't get the read, and Chicago gets the first goal for Space Station Gaming. Right place, right time.
For Luminosity, you got to be kicking yourself there. You feel like you had really a 3v1 that you just could not convert on because nobody was on the same page. And then coming right back the other way, you open the door for Space Station, and that's huge for SSG, just for their confidence to get them back into this game and series. A lot of people crisscrossing in front of the ball, but nobody actually going for the touch. So now Magic Bear will have this at his back line, and LJ jumped in front to screen him. That slowed him down. That slows down the entirety of LG, and Space Station kind of looked like a team with renewed energy now in the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity was already looking a little bit more spread out before the first goal from Space Station Gaming. Again, you saw a couple of saves where they had to dive towards it, and you're wondering maybe Space Station started to kind of figure things out here, work off the counterattack. LJ gets a demo on Magic Bear. Reynolds in a tough spot. Hoxer has a bouncer, and Magic Bear, a great read, not letting that bounce throw him off. Final minute here in game 2. Luminosity still using that defense, holding off. SSG getting closer and closer to the goal, but this time LJ, he's in a tough spot. They're trying to switch the play around. Reynolds can get there. He's gonna take some boosts. This is LJ's ball. Chases it around Magic Bear, but a pitch off the post. Dangerous here for Luminosity. Hoxer picks this one up, gets the double, but no one able to follow it off. Luminosity barely escaping for the time being. Chicago looking for the double, can't get it. Demo in the back end. Can Cheese get the goal? Is it on? No, it's off target. 30 seconds to go. We're still tied.
Boy, you've got to put that in between the dotted lines. He had a lot more time than he probably thought he did. LJ's forward. Reynolds on the backboard. He'll just let this kind of come to ground, and LG will slow things down. 10 seconds left. Overtime looming. LJ, look at his center. Cheese says no. So now Chicago will try, and that is kicked out by Magic Bear. High bouncer for Hoxer. Chicago coming up. He's demolished. Cheese surely going to bring this to ground. They played it forward, but it does touch down. How about the defense of Magic Bear, by the way? Single-handedly keeping this game 1-1.
Magic Bear's defense was great, but that's a bad 50 from him. LJ can finish, and he does! Right off the kickoff, Space Station Gaming. Beautiful touch from Chicago. LJ with the follow, and they landed home. Tied up series.
How about the defense of Magic Bear? And he immediately just dives in for an ill-advised play off the kickoff.
Classic.
He's better at the net than he is anywhere else on the field, apparently. Space Station Gaming get it in overtime, too. What a very short OT. And what a bounce back after a game where they were really outclassed. They hold Luminosity to 2 shots on target. That was one of them from Cheese, even though it was barely a shot. And then Chicago tied it. And then the Mobile One high performance replay shows that highlight save from Magic Bear, quite a few that he had to keep Luminosity in this game. But LJ, the overtime winner, 1-1. Yeah, that's not a misprint, by the way, for Hoxer. When I said they want to get him more involved in the offense, that wasn't quite what I had in mind.
84 points there, but the team still takes the victory. Again, I think this one does come down to, a lot of how teams are moving up and down the field. Hoxer definitely getting more involved midfield-wise, but has been very quiet. We do want to see a little bit more of Hoxer here. Looking at Luminosity, I think, again, it just comes down to a couple of, both of those goals that were scored on. We had Magic Bear with a miss on the back wall read, and then the unfortunate pinch after losing the 50 right off kickoff. So, 2 poor situations, but nothing really to worry about, I would say, for Luminosity. Just kind of seeing how close they've kept this one. They had the lead for the majority of that game. They had SSG on a shutout for, I believe, like 8 minutes. Now, new game, series tied up. It's anybody's ball game.
Press 5 as we go to Utopia. And a more traditional kickoff this time around. Reynolds to follow. Second touch is going to go wide. Cheese on the backside. What a finish.
And the defense just stunned on this. Happened so quick. Look at that touch from Reynolds. Hoxer did not expect him to get that, and he did not expect Cheese to be there. LG link it up.
6 seconds into game 3. That is quite the response. It has been a series. It's been all about answering the challenge. There's Hoxer. Got to get him involved some way, somehow. LJ, throw it up to the backboard. Hoxer was forward. But now Rlcs got it downfield. Cheese just happened to be there. Why not? He'll go to the heavens. Blocked by Hoxer. But Magic Bear very quickly onto this ball. Had some space, but he lost control of his car. And a ball thrown netward, just a little bit high from LJ. Opportunity left on the table there by SSG. LJ will try to bank it down. Nothing doing there. And then Chicago demolished again. He's been a very popular target for LG. I think they've maybe identified he's the best player on the field. Take him out, and things will open up.
I mean, at this point, I think taking anybody out is just LG's game plan. Anybody they can disrupt has been big for them. Chicago just happens to be the one that's getting hit the most. As you see him up downfield, easily beat there by Cheese. Rlcs in a tough spot, but okay for Magic Bear, and even Rlcs has a dodge demos from LJ. As you're starting to see a little bit of, again, bump pressure coming out, but here's Rlcs, free ball. Cheese looking for a bump on Hoxer. Rlcs with the 50, not able to score it. And LJ will try to get the clearance downfield, but that one, possession goes straight to Magic Bear. He ends up giving it to Chicago, though, and Reed takes it all the way downfield. Thankfully, Cheese is able to send it back in the mid. Both teams starting to fight for possession again.
Rlcs waiting for that corner boost. It did spawn for him, but just barely before he was called into action. He'll just pop it up for Magic Bear. Hoxer felt he had the read, and he did. LJ now, it's going to be wide. Cheese has to be careful. And he's going to buy his teammates all the time in the world to get back and get boosted up.
Plenty of time here in game 3. As you see LJ on the ball, high flick. Good demo on Cheese there, but pitch straight to LJ. Oh, he had a free shot. He missed the mark. Now, Luminosity on the counter. Rlcs got a bump. Cheese got a demo on Hoxer. Hoxer's going to be able to respawn. LJ gets a chance to try again. Little bit of confusion there in the back end, but with Cheese keeping the ball so close, everybody has time to reset. But if SSG drop this game, people are going to be looking at that free shot LJ had.
Cheese will run onto this now. Magic Bear waiting very patiently. Rlcs coming on, looking to add to his impressive tally on the day. Not going to happen here. Didn't even get a shot. Magic Bear will feed the bear right between the eyes.
Used all the boost there, and there goes the bear. Beautiful 50 from Rlcs to set it up. Defense called sleeping, and the bear woke him right up. 2 goals for Luminosity.
His second goal of the series. Cheese has 3. Rlcs, by the way, picking up his 5th assist. Now LJ just skied up for Hoxer. And that's just gone well wide, and he couldn't follow it up. Rlcs forward, intended for Magic Bear to follow onto that, but LJ got there instead. Now Cheese, with Magic Bear spawning ball side, he can just run right into that off the respawn. Now Chicago, hard off the backboard. LJ after the demo, it's high and wide, and Hoxer thought about coming up. Instead he hesitated, and that's just been kind of the whole split so far for Hoxer.
Yeah, this one's been tough. Hoxer takes boost downfield though, off the backboard. LJ was looking for a bump. They want to give Chicago the freest shot possible. Chicago can't go. He's going to go now. Shot in! Chicago strikes. Space Station within 1.
Oh, this is brilliant out of LJ. And they finally beat the staunch defense of Magic Bear at the net. He'd been so good, but not good enough to keep the shutout going. And now SSG back within 1. And a chance off the kickoff. Chicago running forward. Race to the boost, won by Chicago. He just beat Rlcs, but it's Cheese now back the other way. Magic Bear, demo.
No way.
Shot, and it goes.
All the way downfield. Look at this. Cheese brings the ball up. Magic Bear picks up a demo through the smoke. Strikes. Defense again not there. What a performance from Luminosity. What a performance from Magic Bear. 2 saves, 2 shots, 2 goals. Chicago trying to pick one up quick, but Magic Bear picks up the 3rd. He can't pick up 4 though. Hoxer finally finds the net to bring it within 1 again.
Well, that kickoff only works if somebody touches the ball. Nobody did. And Hoxer running onto one, had the confidence to take that shot, got him back within one. 1:14 to go. They're like Luminosity, maybe shooting themselves in the foot here. Hoxer veers off for the boost. He's got LJ waiting for a pass, and he waited too long. Cheese took him out. Rlcs big win over Chicago. One to beat, but that one is LJ, and it won't come so easy. Demo on the back end, and Magic Bear dives in just in time.
And Chicago's doing so much on the field. Even look at this turn. He initially got a demo on the goal line. He's been everywhere this game, but it has not been enough. Space Station Gaming risks dropping this game and putting the series on match point if they don't get going in the next 40 seconds.
Hoxer met by Magic Bear. Rlcs just running free in the SSG half. Almost like he's still on the team. Hoxer, outlet to LJ. Chicago coming on. Rlcs got a piece. And more importantly, over towards Magic Bear. That leads Cheese in transition, and a big clear by Hoxer. And it turned into a track meet now. Back and forth, running all over the field.
That's 0.
It's Rlcs, nothing doing but Cheese. Can Magic Bear follow it up? Oh, it's a whiff on the back wall! And Cheese will put it away!
Oh man, that is rough. Hoxer doesn't get the read on the back wall, can't get the follow-up. That one drops and goes in. Luminosity up by 2. Beautiful place to be if you're them. 6 seconds remaining in game. And Magic Bear will take one more shot before the time ticks down. Pass coming across. SSG will try once more. Luminosity will deny. As the ball hits the ground, they put the series on match point.
That is a painful, painful miss at the end. Your team's in it. Scrambling to the backboard. It's a tough play to make. One you almost take for granted. But not this time. And it falls right into Cheese's lap. 4-2. Luminosity puts that game out of reach. And now it's match point for LG. Rlcs trying to take down the org that he used to call home for so long. How sweet this would be to go to 2-0, 1 win away from reaching the top 8 playoffs on Saturday.
I mean, looking so good, looking so good. The numbers look better on the other side of SSG, especially for Hoxer, but even when looking at some of those replays, it felt like he really couldn't get things going when the team needed him to. A lot of times a little bit out of position, and I'm sure that's definitely got to be kind of taking a toll there. But series not over from Space Station Gaming. Only down a game, but they've got to get going now. Again, match point situation. They've been kind of keeping it close, trying to ramp up more and more. That last game got away from them, but here you go. Do or die situation. Well, technically not really die. You're up in Swiss, but you want to get to that round 3 matchup. Let's see who's got it. Luminosity seems heavily in their favor, but play the games for a reason.
Rlcs had 7 goals in the first round. He's got 6 assists. He's about to pick up another maybe. If Cheese can score, he can't. And now Chicago will patiently take this through the corner, making sure his teammates are ready to go in transition. Chicago going forward and sent right back out to midfield whence it came. And Cheese will circle around on this. A lot of big booming clears in this series, and that's favored Luminosity. They've been able to chase these balls down a lot quicker than SSG have. They have just simply been the faster team. As Hoxer will chase this to the side, he got spun out. Rlcs shot from above, and he scores!
Oh my goodness, look at this from Rlcs. Sees the bump, sees he has a lane, off the ceiling. Save that! Lower left corner. My goodness, this team is popping off. You love to see it.
That is an unreal shot from Rlcs. Not me. Oh, LJ.
Ooh.
Hello. We'll get to that point in a moment, but LJ getting his second goal of the series. And again, a huge response out of SSG.
Got the flip. I think Magic thought he was going to use it, play for it. Went right under him. Watch out for that man there. If he gets going, could turn this series around. Lots of time left, though, in game 4.
What I was going to start making, people have kind of questioned, you know, all right, is Reynolds in the twilight of his career now? Does he really still have it? Shot like that earlier, that'll tell you all you need to know. Here's someone who also has it, Chicago. Easy bouncer in, saved by Reynolds. Try to generate a rebound. LJ brings it in. He's got Cheese on the back wall. Nudged him a bit. Kick out towards Chicago again. And Magic Bear has all the time in the world to play this, but he's going to back off. And Cheese gave it away. Magic Bear.
Oh, what a save.
It is absolute chaos, and Hoxer finishes it off. What in the world happened to Luminosity here?
I mean, you see the threat of Chicago. Chicago got the bump. Reynolds needed to make a touch, otherwise the ball was going in. Does make that, but Cheese a little late to the follow. Hoxer gets there first. SSG, 2 back-to-back goals. Can they keep it rolling?
Getting offensive production now out of Hoxer, his second goal of the series. Both of his goals have meant quite a bit. Chicago
Still
over towards LJ as Hoxer got demolished behind the play. He'll be back in, though, as Reynolds brings it across. Got over Hoxer, and Magic Bear couldn't do anything else with that ball. Corner boost available. They do steal it, but Reynolds and Cheese got a double committed deep in SSG territory. That's kind of how they got scored on in game 2.
Yeah, but SSG do nothing to capitalize off of it. Take their time moving upfield. It was easy for Luminosity to be able to reposition, and now they have the ball back on the orange end. Good transition, beautiful redirect from LJ, forcing a save out of Reynolds. That'll be his 3rd of the game. So SSG doing a good job keeping the ball close, but Luminosity, again, keep that control. You see Cheese on the ball. He's not booming it downfield. He's keeping it on the hood, and you have someone from Luminosity always moving up front to play that lead blocker. It just makes it so much harder to get a chance. Look, even Reynolds now trying to force an awkward play out of Chicago. Cheese barrels down on the ball, but LJ able to pick this one up and control it to the sidewall. Chicago doing everything, and oh my goodness, Cheese made a save. Follow-up from LJ's high. Chicago is there. Played out. Hoxer wants to keep this one in. 2 minutes to go, so much time. But the way that SSG are moving, you would feel like time was ticking down. They have kicked it into a new gear.
It's a good aggressive play out of Cheese, but it goes right to Hoxer. Hoxer feeling a lot more confident now. It's picked up as the series has gone on. Got tangled up with Reynolds. Magic Bear on target, forces Chicago into action, and Cheese will grab the midfield boost and make the challenge, which falls right to LJ. One-on-one with Magic Bear, who makes the stop again. He's been so sure-handed at the back, and now Reynolds trying to chase Hoxer downfield. Hoxer, great concentration to get around him. Magic Bear struggling to stay with this play. And LJ there to meet Cheese. Chance for SSG to maybe put this game away with just over a minute to go. Chicago, good read. Hoxer waiting. LJ coming up as well. Little indecisiveness out of SSG. Could that be fatal? Out of the corner, nothing doing.
Yeah, I feel like Hoxer was trying to leave that for LJ maybe. The play just didn't really develop properly, but either way, Hoxer's been playing much better this game than he has the entire rest of the series. Seeing him play with more confidence, but there's a big whiff there. Reynolds can't capitalize. Hoxer will get a demo on Reynolds to make up for it, and now Chicago, lots of space, and you don't want to give him that space. Look at this, gets it past 2, looking for the bump on Reynolds. LJ has a free shot, and SSG just keep it going.
Now that challenge going up to the ceiling just puts Reynolds in a real tough spot. He's like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? With Chicago breathing down his neck, nothing he could do. Looks like we're headed to game 5, but there's still 38 seconds left. And kickoffs have been interesting in this series, to say the least. Reynolds going to work again, met by LJ. Cheese blocked off by Hoxer. It's just, you don't see LG moving nearly quickly enough. And the spacing, Daz, in this game from Luminosity, they got that early goal from Reynolds. Other than that, they have not seemed like a team that's on the same page until now, with 13 seconds left. And now the question is it too little, too late?
I don't think so. I mean, this goal was scored relatively quickly here. You saw the infield pass, you saw Cheese get there, and you know what Luminosity can do if they have a proper kickoff. You're going to have to watch the kickoffs here. Hoxer does not go. So Magic Bear does win that. He's looking for a bump, but great clearance from Hoxer. Reynolds will play that off his own back wall. So much space. LJ puts a shot on, but the ball is still up. Cheese, chain dashes to it. Does he have a bounce? He does have a bounce, but he doesn't have any boost. That one he loses. Magic Bear has to turn on it. Does beat out LJ, who was trying to kill the ball. And now Reynolds off the ceiling. Is he going to be able to get under? It does to get the pop over LJ. Chicago wins the 50, so LG have to go back, and it's going to go all the way in the net. If there was any doubt, SSG was dropping that game. It is denied. Beautiful challenge from Chicago to win it. And you're right, Stacks. We're going to game 5.
Well. You know what? That looked a lot better than most tip drills that we see these days. But unfortunately for LG, does not work out. Space Station Gaming, very similar to how Luminosity pulled away at the end of game 3. Put that one away at the end. And so it's Chicago who continues to lead the way for Space Station Gaming. And he knew he had to when they signed him, right? I mean, this was the guy they bring in after you say farewell to Arsenal. And you really haven't missed a beat with him, right? I mean, he's been as advertised. He's got 3 goals now. So too does LJ. Hoxer's got a couple. This is a team that's starting to kind of come into form right before our very eyes.
Yeah, and it's been great to see as well. I mean, for a lot of teams, it does feel like as the season's going to continue on, we're going to start seeing that build more and more. And one thing that I've enjoyed especially is, again, looking at Luminosity, the individual players, just how much they've grown together. Reynolds feels like he's just really kind of adapted into that first man role. His mechanics are so much better than what we've seen in the past. Well, not, I won't say better than what we've seen in the past, but it's so much more consistently mechanical when he's on the ball. As well as just seeing Magic Bear play with a lot more confidence, which is something everybody wanted to see out of Magic Bear as an individual. And then Cheese, just being on this roster, feels like he has a place where it's almost like home to him. And he's able to build and develop more as a player with Greg as the coach there. All the pieces seem to be in place for Luminosity, but can they execute? Space Station Gaming is knocking at the door. They forced this game 5. They want to take this series. Here we go. 5 minutes on the clock.
Something that's been happening kind of behind the scenes here for Luminosity. Cheese has been having issues with his computer. Has opted not to go for a full restart. You get that 8-minute timer, basically, if a player disconnects. You have 8 minutes to either get him back in or replace him. They chose not to dip into that timer and just let him play through it. So keep an eye on Cheese as this game goes on. See if he looks a little sluggish. Here goes Chicago trying to center. It's a shot on. LJ was waiting for a rebound. Reynolds played away from him. And now LJ waiting on the weak side here. Magic Bear diving in, but that goes right to Hoxer. LJ on the door.
Oh!
And Chicago will drill it home.
And this seems like a miscue here on the defensive side. First of all, great beat from Hoxer. It's just the threat of LJ forces a double commit. LJ still wins the 50. Open lane for Chicago and Space Station Gaming. First goal on the board here.
Boy, if SSG win this series to go 2-0, having gone to game 5 twice against very different opponents, it's going to be a statement of their resilience. Reynolds bumped around by Hoxer. Here goes Chicago again. Cheese stopped the initial surge. And LJ just trying to stall. Hoxer getting bullied by Reynolds. Magic Bear trying to line up a double, not there. Reynolds, oh, he was going to dive onto one, and Cheese jumped in his way.
Yeah, but Cheese was able to keep the ball close. He's got a bump. Reynolds shot! Bang!
They're going to score after that. Never punished. As Chicago gets sent off into the abyss. 1-1.
It's because they got that corner boost. Cheese picked up that corner, immediately went for a bump. It was a little chaotic and very sloppy, but they actually made it work instead of just like crumbling or having panic. The fact that they were easily able to adjust to that, very solid from them. But yeah, probably shouldn't do that again.
They'll take it. 1-1 here. Wouldn't have it any other way. Cheese stuffed by LJ. Chicago full boost, doesn't need it as LJ scores the tight angle, just cutting the defense up.
And he just stays in the play. He was low boost, picked up boost off of pads, won the challenge initially, knew he had Hoxer mid, hit the flick. It's either going to go in or it's going to go towards Hoxer. It goes in. SSG back and front. These two teams exchanging hit after hit.
This is, by the way, the last match going here in round 2. Of course it is. It's the only one that's gone to game 5. It's LJ just booming away. Hoxer with a full tank of boost to chase. Cheese got his corner as well, and he's got options. Gonna call his own number. Magic Bear running underneath, try to force it through. And LJ and Chicago combine for the stop. Hoxer will finish off the defensive effort, trying to score in transition, or at least get some zone time, but he kind of jumped in front of Chicago. Similar play, did steal the corner boost, and this will fall back for LJ if he wants it, and he had to contend with Magic Bear.
There's Magic, nice little light touch. Rlcs trying to get this one close. Hoxer on the ball. Hoxer forces downfield. You see him trying to pressure. Good touch center, but Rlcs hit was there, able to read that one out. Good read there for Cheese. Numbers advantage here. There's the demo, and there's the goal. Call Slater Superman because that Octane is made of steel. Cheese moves forward. Hoxer toodaloo. It's a tied-up game.
Why not? This series has had all the drama, and it just continues to deliver. Very impressive score lines or stat lines on the side. More so of Luminosity as a whole. Here's Rlcs, shot, nothing behind it, and it's saved away.
SSG have to be careful. They have been doing really good getting Luminosity on the counterattacks, but oh my goodness, more demos, more lanes. Cheese! No, too high! Chicago pushes it downfield. Can Magic Bear get back in time? He can. But you think that's a missed opportunity for LG?
You think? It was 3 against Casper the Friendly Ghost, and the Ghost won. That could come back to haunt them in a big, big way. Cheese did grab the midfield boost, wins the challenge cleanly, and at least got a shot that's saved away by Chicago. Another savior medal for him. He's been great. So too is Magic Bear. Rlcs chasing this, but he has to peel off as LJ's got it ahead of him. LJ over 1, but Cheese with a powerful clear.
Over Chicago.
The shot's on.
And Cheese again. Booms it past Chicago. He jumps up. No shot you're getting there. And that one goes right into the net. No one home. Luminosity have turned this game around.
Minute 12 to go. Cheese converts on his mulligan. And now he's the man of the hour. Possession out of the corner. Good 50 in the air. Now Rlcs, double tap, no! And it's too strong for Cheese.
Oh, Hoxer, he's got LJ on the wing. Oh, Cheese cuts it out though. Rlcs gets a beat there. And Magic Bear has to watch out. Hoxer's looking for bumps. Can Hoxer get there? No. Gets sent over to the side. 45 seconds left. It is absolute chaos. Both teams are fighting here. If you're on ball or off ball, keep your head on a swivel. Cheese puts that one right towards the goal, but Hoxer is able to get the block out there. 30-second mark, and here come LG, or SSG. Infield pass, LJ's got it! Tied up again, no one's giving up!
What a touch. Selfless play from Hoxer. Right over to LJ. Chicago in the way as well. They managed to grab their own back boost so they didn't get starved out. That led them on that path downfield. Now we're all tied up. 20 seconds left. Magic Bear, flip reset. Through Hoxer. Cheese coming on. Magic Bear still netward, and LJ will pop it away. Had to do a little more than they would have expected. But now SSG can break out, trying to steal this game and the series. Boy, that was ill-advised, but Cheese ran onto it, trying to drill this down to the ground. Luminosity want to get this down to ground, surely for OT, but now they have a chance as it's at midfield. Hoxer will bring it back in. Luminosity getting real nervous now. Another big clear. Surely not. Hoxer.
LJ's up.
LJ's there and deflected away by Cheese.
Luminosity barely hold on. Here comes the kickoff. Ooh, Magic Bear got there just in time. Hoxer almost had full possession. He actually takes the corner boost. Chicago's able to get this one set up for LJ. Bang! 8 seconds, right off the kickoff. Space Station Gaming play it perfectly.
LJ scores both overtime winners for Space Station Gaming. And SSG, through all their trials and tribulations, are 2-0.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow is right. What a series.
How can you not love this team?
I mean, honestly, just to see Space Station Gaming, the series wasn't really kind of going their way for the most part. The fact that they were able to kind of turn things around, lock in, also the way that they were able to change up their style of play, definitely got more physical. You saw Hoxer getting more confident. That showed up. He was playing so much more faster to the ball. He looked like an offensive threat, and that helped out because it relieved pressure on Chicago and LJ, who were already individually doing amazing. I mean, Chicago was so consistently well throughout the course of that, and you needed to be because of how well Luminosity was playing. They had a system, and the system was efficient. And Space Station Gaming were able to not only adapt to it, but learn how to outplay it. I mean, what a banger. What a banger of a round 2 matchup. And it's only round 2.
It's only round 2. We still got 3 more rounds to
All right. That was electric. So electric, it almost short-circuited Stacks there. You saw him freeze there for a little bit. Don't worry, he's fine. We're going to send it back to the desk to break down that matchup and talk more. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. We're going to go to break. We'll be back. More Rocket League coming soon.
Exciting matches all across the Swiss round 2 here. Luminosity and Space Station going to game 5 overtime. You thought Luminosity had it in the bag early. Not today. Space Station make quick work of it. LJ puts the nail in the coffin. Rlcs can't believe it. He's got to re-rack and reload. They got round 3 coming up very quickly here, folks. It's been a good one so far. We've had everybody on the desk except for Dazrin on the end. Dazrin, how you doing? Let's go. Oh, we cannot hear him.
No!
Chat, he was saying the most wonderful things. He was telling you exactly where you could buy your Gen G decals in the Rocket League shop. But you'll have to just find out on your own at this point. So, how you feeling, Daz?
I'm feeling basic. The intro, I think, explains itself. It's been a lot going on, and I've been struggling to keep up with it all, including how everything happened in that last series. It was an absolute banger, but we're only halfway through the day. So
we're only halfway through the day. Your boys so far have only dropped 1 game. Gen G are 2-0 right now. They'll look to finish off the day 3-0. Here's some highlights from the game you guys just watched here. Some great goals from both sides. I mean, honestly, Space Station gets the win here, Gibbs, but which team stood out to you the most?
Oh, man, I feel like Luminosity might have been the better team on the field, but they didn't get the win here, just barely. We saw Cheese. I talked about him earlier. His offseason was great. He's got to fill big shoes from AJ. Well, he put up 1.4 goals, shot 50%. He was doing fantastic work. And my boy Rlcs, he's looked so good. Just his challenge game, his assist game has been top-notch. His saves like that didn't work out, but he was looking great. But on the other side, there's a player that many consider maybe top 5 in the world soon in that conversation, and that's LJ. LJ, 1.2 goals, shooting 22%, just cleaned up the clutch goals when it matters. LJ has been on a huge rise throughout this past year, and he continues to do so, and that's why Space Station was power ranked so incredibly high, because of plays like that.
We thought maybe he was just a stat goblin at the World Championships. Not the case. The man's the real deal. Everyone keep your eye on him there. You can see here you can glean the results from round 2. You can see the G2 took down Omelet to advance to 2-0. You can see that Gen G did sweep the Pirates to advance to 2-0 as well. Pirates will take on Dignitas there in round number 3. I mean, but wait, can you guys smell that? I think something's burning. I think OG might be cooked on this one, folks. It might be completely for OG, dropping 3-0 to Deleted XD. They will face off against Akron for their event lives. We'll see how that one goes. I mean, it's a rough day for Akron fans. It's a rough day for OG fans on this one, Daz.
Yeah, it is. I mean, both teams in that lower round, I was one of the people who also kind of believed in the OG bounce back. I mean, there were definitely pros or two around the scene who were also believing in that, but to see this happen, and in the manner it's happened as well, it really is just, for people who are fans and just players as individuals, it's really hard to see. It's unfortunate, though.
It's not. I mean, I did just kind of say it was over. It's not technically over yet. They still could possibly turn it around. Don't give up hope just yet, but find your hope really fast. You're running out of time. Here are the other matches that are going to be going down. We'll see Incorrect with a victory take on over Akron there. They'll be taking on TSM here in round 3. Luminosity, the narrow loss gives them a match against NRG. We'll get to see Space Station with their victory over Luminosity now take on the Kings of North America, G2 there. And we're going to feature some highlighted matches, a rematch from last week's, or I guess 2 weeks ago, the first qualifiers, 3-0 round, 2-0 round here. M80 and Gen G, they faced off in round 3 here at 2-0. They're gonna do it again. M80, they got the victory last time. Can Gen G find their revenge? We'll see if they can do it here, Gibbs.
Yeah, M80, we always talk about their day 1 is fantastic. In Swiss, it comes down to those quarterfinal matches. Either way, if they win or lose this, they are still looking great. 2-0, they get 3 chances to make it back to that top 8 round. But Gen G, they were the Kings of North America until that final versus G2, where honestly, Daz, they look terrible. Not looking in that series at all. Like G2 completely outclassed them, and you know the work ethic behind this squad, that they're going to take that loss personally, and they're going to grind it out these past 2 weeks to get back in form to try and take this. So I would be very concerned for M80 because of that loss to G2 by Gen G. That's going to light a fire under them, and they're going to be ready for this match. As we've seen today, they've only dropped 1 game.
Daz, you got the inside scoop. What's been going on with the boys during the past 2 weeks?
I mean, for Gen G, we kind of talked to them a little bit. I feel like for them, just a bad series. Again, for them.
Wait, what is that mug?
G2. And
That was the smallest little flower pot mug I've ever seen. What was
missed
that?
it. No.
I'm sorry.
But on Gen G a little bit more, I think it's just more like seeing them kind of really take everything and put it in more practice and preparation. I think they understand where the pitfalls were against G2, but to be honest, that was really the only team they struggled with. Of course, they had that loss to M80. M80 is the Swiss Merchants, but again, if there's any time to see whether or not they have improved off of the last event, it is right now with this rematch in this specific spot. M80 have looked comfortable over the course of things, but they also had a very interesting start to Swiss. The 3-1 against NRG wasn't exactly the cleanest out of them. I mean, the NRG looked a lot better in that matchup, so it's kind of tough to see how things look on the day.
See, Joris over there just taking a nap. He's sleeping on Gen G. He don't care. Just chilling there in the corner. He's like, oh, wait, I'm on camera? Oh, I should wake
He
up.
didn't want to turn on his camera, but he's like, I can still technically be on camera if I just slide over to Nas's camera here.
Now, to be fair, really quick about M80 was the last qualifier, they didn't look that great through their first 2 rounds of Swiss either. They played TSM that went to Game 5. TSM only went 1-3 in that. But when they went up against a squad like Gen G in the 2-0 round, they got dumpstered on. Game 1, M80 lost 5-2. But then they brought it back at that point. Games 2, 3, and 4, 3-2, 2-1, 3-0. So M80 found their form when they needed it most. I expect them to do the same here to make this a very tight matchup. But I do think with Gen G, we expect them to be top 2 in North America. We expect them to battle G2 for the best in North America. And if you're going to do that, you can't continually lose to the same team. So I expect them to have a bounce-back series here.
As the cards would have it, M80 coming out of round 2, they played TSM in that round this week as well. So they've had TSM as their warm-up for Gen G 2 weeks in a row. Last week it favored them. We'll see if it has any correlation. I doubt that it makes an impact, especially given the things you were saying earlier, Gibbs, about Gen G and the way things went last week. I assume we will see a enlightened, transcendent, level 2, second gear, whatever analogy you want. I think Gen G is going to be better this week. Are they going to be good enough to knock M80 out of their format, out of their element here in the Swiss? We're about to find out. So the players getting warmed up, getting ready, getting hydrated through all various variations of receptacles. Drying off the hands there. Is Nas a KBM player? Looks like he was playing KBM there. Do you any of y'all know? Anyone in chat know?
No, he's got a controller down there.
Yeah, a controller? Okay, cool. He was just using his mouse and keyboard there for a second.
Yeah. Now,
we'll see.
Real quick, I want to talk about First Killer, because I love First Killer. He comes over to Gen G. He has been a part of 2.7 goals per game throughout his first 2 matches of today. 1.7 goals, 1 assist per game. Absolutely insane. Like, Gen G is the number 2 offense right now, so I think they did take that loss personally against G2, and now they're just destroying everybody. So I expect that to somewhat continue. I'm going to give it a 3-1. I think MNE will at least take 1 game, but besides that, I think I'm going all Gen G.
Okay.
Did I hear that? Did I hear Gibbs? Gibbs.
You know that's bad.
You have my boy First
Welcome to the pit crew, Gibbs. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing, my guy. Listen. Everybody's been talking about M80 being the Swiss Merchants. I've heard it time and time again. I believe in the Swiss Merchants too, but it's something about today. The match has been going a little bit different today. Of course, I'm going to go with my boys, Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. I'm calling it with a 3-1 too. I mean, I think M80, the play style, they're going to start getting back into the form again. But Gen G, they're going to see it and be like, wait, hold on. We prepared for this. And it's going to be a much different story than we had last time.
Oh, wait.
Give me the Europeans. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I will take M80 any day I can on this one. I love M80 as a team. I love the
chat
that they put together. And given the head-to-head is in their favor, I'm going to go with them on this one. But Gen G going to be the favorites on the desk and the favorites in chat by 62%. We are ready to get round 3 on the books. One of these teams going to have to play in round 4. The other is done for the day. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing going up against M80 to qualify for the bracket.
Well, the loser of this matchup last time around was the runner-up in the entire event. The winner went out their very next match in the quarterfinals to a team in Shopify Rebellion that doesn't exist this weekend. What will the Encore have in store for us? Let's find out.
Oh, you're cooking on these conspiracy theories. Well, we're not contracted to cheer for Gen G, so I don't know. The vibes go M80's way. They were the ones who went perfect in Swiss, and the only loss that Gen G had in Swiss was to this team. As Wave said, this rematch is gonna be hype, because you look at these teams on paper and you would put the whole house on Gen G. And there is so much recency bias, so much hate to Gen G, when they are still the top of North America and M80 are trying to get there too.
Can I just say, Lemon, how much of a relief it is to be able to share this booth with you for this match, as opposed to the alternative. Oh, a breath of fresh air. I don't have to listen to Gen G's official cheerleader in my ears. Here goes first killer from the heavens, trying to set up Chronic. Not going to happen. And apparently, Jack, they talked about it a little bit, Lemon, on the desk, the work ethic of this Gen G squad. And that's kind of been the buzzword of North America this week. But the way they finished against G2 2 weeks ago, it almost feels like, even though it was a runner-up performance, they might be more disappointed in how their tournament ended than M80 was, even though they went out in the quarters.
Well, you heard the cheerleader. He said one bad series doesn't make a bad team. And everyone's focusing on that final like there isn't going to be a million more. G2 and Gen G will go at it enough. And M80 wants to be at the big kids table. And I think they've made a solid enough argument. You just got to get past the quarterfinal. And with the talent that is on Gen G, the talent that is on M80, and the work, the effort that you talked about, it's clear that the results will follow. There's only been one qualifier. And for now, we're almost 2 minutes in and no goals, so pretty close.
Well, Jory is trying to do something about that now. Flip reset, and apparently Jack, strafing across the face of goal, makes the save. Now Chronic trying to outlet here for himself, and Jorius is all over it very quickly back in defense. As Jackson a run onto one, that shot's wide and no follow-up. AJ's there instead, but look at the pressure now out of Gen G, trying to keep it on. Chronic beaten out by Nas. Nobody else forward though, so it's coming right back in.
Yeah, good defense there from AJ. Knows first killer is below and just keeps guiding this ball through. Is still in the air, rocket on the wall, is drops in front into the box, and Jorius and Nas just weren't sure how to approach, but M80 have had a few close calls, and now the bump off of AJ. This almost goes towards the net, and for now, good defense from both sides.
M80 won this in 4 games a couple of weeks ago in this exact spot. Round 3 to go into the top 8. Here goes Chronic. Well done to stay with the play, but now AJ keeping that close to the vest. Got around apparently Jack. Everybody's back into the play now for M80. Joria's in support defensively, giving that one up to first killer. But then the clean win at midfield. Nas just picked his pocket. Everybody assumed first killer was going to hold on to this ball forever. Apparently Jack got caught.
Just definitely not the touch he wanted. Just straight in the midfield, controlled by M80, and no backup plan. The third man, nobody in the net like that. You just can't make mistakes like that. Not against a team as consistent as M80. And when I casted them against NRG, I just felt like M80 could deal with the pressure well. They solved their problems quickly. Didn't really create any problems either. They just always had a plan and stayed composed, which I feel like in this qualifier is a key word, composure. But Chronic, the reset in front of Nas, reads that like a book, and Jorius sails away.
In any kind of tournament like this, you're always going to have games where you're not at your best. M80 had one against NRG in that first round where they'd like to have forgotten about it. But you got to do one of two things. You either have to find a way to win that game or recover from it. First killer trying to get back. He got bumped on his half flip by AJ and still managed to make the save. And now apparently Jack scrambling across to make that save as well. You know, M80 have found a way to bounce back after that game, and it's been no contest ever since. Nas looking for a second goal, and it's saved away by first killer, and no rebound.
How do you have two people shoving the guy into a locker and the ball just doesn't roll in? That is ridiculous. M80 had to match the physicality against NRG earlier, and I swear M80 had that in the books. I love Nas's involvement in the play. He knows how to step up and does so without a second to spare. And as long as he keeps the energy up, M80, I think, have a real chance to just spark up some offenses out of the blue and catch Gen G off guard. So I think Gen G, once they face them last qualifier, they know what's up, and so does AJ. Bar down, and M80 are ahead again.
AJ, I mean, we've seen so many of these shots miss high for whatever reason. This one clips the bar, goes down and in. I mean, Gen G starting to push forward. They realize you got to sell out eventually. They get caught, and M80 doubles their lead. Surely have put game one away. It was Gen G that took the first game last time around, and they dropped the last three. So Gen G will have a few games to try and replicate that in reverse. But for now, they're going to be looking up at M80, who shut them out in game one.
It must be so frustrating to play against M80's defense, because they usually play ahead. They score pretty early. They'll usually be up by either 1 or 2, and then they kind of switch to this defensive mode where they like to stay in their half a lot. And it's been, I kind of noticed this in the NRG series too. It's hard to kind of break them up, to really disrupt the structure out of M80. As soon as you step into that orange half, you know you're in enemy territory. And Gen G just couldn't hold on to the ball and really control it. They have about 7 shots, almost all of them saved by M80, and it just proves that you can get the shots on target, but M80's wall is built in front of that net.
Mobile One high performance replay as you watch Gen G Mobile One Racing get scored on twice. Once by Nas, once by AJ, and it's M80 that enjoy a 1-0 series lead as we look ahead now to game 2, and you wonder, you know, when will Gen G convert those opportunities? They did have them, Lemon, in that first game, but you had a couple instances where you've got bodies forward, nobody getting on the ball. The quality of opportunities, just like we saw out of Luminosity early in their round 2 series, greatly favored M80 in that game.
And I know Daz would be saying right now, one bad game doesn't make a bad series.
What about 2 bad games, though?
Okay, we'll have to see how this one goes. I expect Gen G to fully bounce back, and even Gibbs was talking about how Gen G is the number 2 offense right now. So I think they just are still figuring out how to crack the egg, how to crack the defense of M80, and they have a few close calls, but it's M80 in the driver's seat right now.
Gen G did have the softer run of the 2 in a couple of weeks ago. And maybe that should have clued everybody into why G2 was going to win that series. They had a much tougher path to get to the finals, get into the into the top 8 in the first place. So Chronic will have that out of the corner. Apparently Jack and First Killer both up, but his First Killer calls him off. Now Jack against Joria's former teammates going at it yet again. And now First Killer denied by Nas, way downfield, and Gen G has to reset.
Yeah, Gen G cycling and trying to get their boost up before the ball just comes back their way, so they lose that momentum. Speaking of which, Jorius with the reset just right above First Killer, almost slams it home. And Jorius has had so many heroic solo plays that haven't actually gotten any goals, and I'm so surprised. But he can really depend on this team, and that's what you love about M80. It's not the individuals, it's the puzzle that comes together. And they're able to thwart that offense for now, and AJ keeps the ball rolling.
See if apparently Jack can get the offense rolling for Gen G. Not on this occasion. It's Chronic that has to bring it back in. Jack is there. Tough angle shot. Couldn't convert. Trying to generate any kind of offense at all. First Killer bringing it central. He could be passing that to himself for all we know. He did follow the play. Now Jack has First Killer lurking, but he's got to scramble back now as another powerful clear comes out. And Gen G are repelled once again. Not for long. Chronic has First Killer on the weak side, but the pass way too strong, and they have to reset again.
Yeah, M80 experienced some weaknesses against NRG, getting boost starved, and I think that last opportunity, being in this orange half, Gen G got to really own this real estate. They almost owned the back wall there, and great setup by apparently Jack, and apparently no one's home. But hey, still the fact that we're in a 0-0 game going into the second half tells me Gen G are still taking a crack at this defense. Jack with the follow-up. The back wall's being touched, but hey, can't get a shot on target.
Well, if he got half a goal for hitting the post or the backboard, Gen G would be loving life right now. They probably would have won game one. Jorius over to AJ, and he led him too far. Missed opportunity there for M80 at the halfway mark. Here comes Chronic looking to make him pay for it. First killer now. On the recovery from midfield, one-on-one with Jorius. Be a fun 1v1 to watch. Jorius won that one.
M80 saved like every shot that Gen G put out, and M80 know how to feed him right back. The first one goes to Nas, and I've been hyping up this guy, but Jorius with the pinch down low, they didn't see it coming. Chronic with the backflip almost got there in time, but M80 playing from ahead. It's history. It's destiny.
Jorius shuts down first killer, 1v1, then gets the assist on the other side. Decisive victory for Jorius and M80 on that exchange. Now Jorius going to try to stay with this. Will he try to ground pinch? He did as much as he could. Now AJ has Nas breaking out in the midfield. Chronic there as well, trying to be a nuisance. Not going to happen. Apparently Jack takes over after AJ went and stole some boost down on the other end. Bold play. See if it works out. At least it didn't work against M80 just yet. Apparently Jack beaten by Nas. That's a very aggressive challenge, and AJ can bring it forth. Yuri is waiting for anything that gets across. One demo is not enough. Tried to get Chronic from behind as well. He could not. Finally catches up to him, but after Chronic did the job defensively.
It was good that M80 rotated back. You thought that counterattack from Gen G was gonna get deadly. And what is so frustrating about M80's defense is their man coverage. It feels like Gen G don't have anyone to pass to. They utilize the back wall, and then the box is fully covered by M80. It's been tough to find these gaps within M80, but it won't go without Gen G trying and putting in all the effort. Now the counterattack ensues by M80 and quickly carried off by first killer.
Oh, Chronic just about forced it through, oh so slightly, with apparently Jack and first killer trying to run interference ahead. AJ couldn't stay with the play, and Jorius reacted too late, and Gen G finally get their first goal. It couldn't come at a better time.
Now that we have both teams starting to transition quite quickly to other sides of the field, that's when your rotations have to be locked down. They have to be perfect, and how you stay composed when you do get there in time. A pass to Chronic attempted, Jorius pops it up, and first killer won't let this be gone to waste. Now Nas steals that away. It's still like 1-1 game with 20 seconds left. It's all coming down to this. Will M80 go to match point, or will Gen G claw their way back?
If M80 start working even quicker in transition, I think Gen G is going to be in a lot of trouble. They got a chance to win this here in regulation. Nas whipped on it. Chronic up the ladder with AJ out to meet him. Clock reads all zeros. Overtime is looming. That ball's not going to send us anywhere other than OT.
An OT. Last time these two teams faced, Gen G took the first game and kind of ran out of steam, ran out of wind in their sails, and Chronic almost just soared his way to victory. Not without first killer, and Jack really putting the pressure on. First killer bumping in the net. AJ locks up against Jack. Chronic, go! It's off the left post, and no follow-up, as Gen G want to make sure they keep them locked in the orange half.
You don't get any consolation prize for hitting the post. Nas beaten by Chronic. They'll get another redo here. Jorius made the initial stop. AJ in a real tough spot. Had to just jump and guess, and apparently Jack put it right on him. Jack now for first killer. A little cheeky play does not beat the M80 defense, and we keep going here in the first minute of overtime. First killer still ahead, only able to barely get a piece of that ball, but then get it on the follow-through. Now bumped out of the way, but that touch by AJ forces Gen G all the way back.
Incredible defensive touches by M80. Their backs are against the wall and they just know how to bite back. And how about a counterattack? Jorius to the left, and Jorius has become more of a selfless player that doesn't go for the solo play and really tries to connect with his teammates, and that might be the recipe for success. But this whole overtime feels dominated by Gen G. There was only really one good offense from M80, and now they find themselves back on their half.
Yeah, but if Jorius can get into a 1v1 with any member of Gen G, except maybe First Killer, you'd back him to finish the job. And even against First, he was the better of the two in this game. Goes First now deep into the corner. It kicks right out. It's available for Nas to do it again. His third of the series, and he puts away Gen G in game 2.
Yeah, First Killer just a little bit behind the ball, just had to shove it to the side, didn't have full control, thought he was playing nice and close and got overwhelmed in the corner as M80 go to match point against our Qualifier 1 finalist in Gen G Mobile 1. I don't know if it'd be considered an upset if M80 wins here, just considering how well they did in the Qualifier 1, but I think a lot of Gen G fans had some hopium going into this after kind of being disappointed with their finals performance, but we'll see if they even get there at this point.
Remember, 2 more forms if you drop here. It is certainly not the end of the world if Gen G doesn't go 3-0. They started 3-0 last week. They ran into this brick wall, but this is a puzzle that sooner or later Gen G is going to have to solve if they want to consider themselves a major contender, because M80 could be one of those teams that, first of all, is fighting for a major spot with them, but could also run into them at a major. And if M80 keeps doing this against Gen G, that's going to be creeping into their minds over time.
You look at M80's defense, I'm giving credit to it again because Gen G are statistically one of the best offenses in North America, and for them to be shut out, to be in this 0-2 series situation in the first place, speaks truth to how much M80 are difficult to dismantle in their half, and Gen G maybe got to employ more demos. It was M80 that doubled their demos, and Gen G hoping to connect on these passes a bit better, but M80 know how to get these soft touches that disrupt the play and really make Gen G hustle for it. M80 aren't getting these booming clears. They're just getting the ball away from Gen G, and that's enough.
Nas led his team in assists and saves 2 weeks ago when they beat Gen G. Now he's leading them in goals by a significant margin. He's got 3 out of the 4. Here goes Jorius. Couldn't get upside down to land on the ceiling. So now First Killer challenged by Nas. And he almost forced that through Chronic. So First Killer back into action now as Nas will steal that opposite corner boost. The attack stays alive now for M80. Jorius couldn't fall on it. And it's the corner off of Nas. Oh, a missed opportunity. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them here on Utopia in game 3. They're not out of the woods just yet, by the way. Gen G, normally you get a shot missed like that, Gen G or any other team can work out in transition. No, they still had to play some defense here against M80, and they're still not comfortably in M80 territory.
Not out of the woods, but feeling like they're in a pot of boiling water when M80 is trying to dunk on you in front of your own net. You gotta be careful about that. You gotta have insurance no matter what team you're up against. Now the 50 goes awry, and it's Jack setting up Chronic. Jorius jumping up, Chronic beating him to it, but it falls right in the lap of M80. And Gen G haven't had second, third chances. It's been difficult to find the rebounds against a team like M80. As I said, they are so powerful in that defense. Their counterattacks are what can really overwhelm you, especially when you're getting demoed like this.
M80 continue to set up shop in the blue half of the field, and Nas will take over again. Little wave dash to try and stay with possession. Jorius will get it on the side. Who's he going to have in support? Doesn't matter. First Killer is all over him like white on rice, and now it's apparently Jack forward, or rather forced to the back, and Jorius running for it. Lob one up there for Nas, and First Killer's there.
Yeah, having to double commit like that, but still managing to salvage possession is good out of Gen G, but that Jack gets demoed like that. First Killer has to keep up with the ball, tucks it over to the side, but Jorius gets ahead of them, about to deposit this in the box, and Nas and AJ just coming back now after grabbing boost, and this is where M80's pressure can be good, and it's off the cross. AJ there for the cleanup. Beautiful placement to the right.
They're just relentless, swarming into the blue half of the field, getting chased into the net, having to try and make those inside-out saves that Squishy made so popular. It's just not working. M80 continue to crank up the pressure. Nas's first assist, by the way, of this series. And our first killer, beaten by Jorius again. AJ coming on. Oh, what a clean win! Defender thought he had all day to play this, and AJ, no, you don't.
Oh, just two members of Gen G getting locked up in the orange half, trying to go for an aerial challenge, still landing on the ground, and it leaves Chronic out to dry. Just getting stomped on by M80. 2-0 though, not a stomp by any means. Going into the second half, but Gen G, again, having issues becoming a threatening offense that we know them to be. Chronic trying to connect with first killer, jumps up. Jorius is always a nuisance and never makes you feel comfortable on the ball. So now Gen G find themselves kind of a man down on this defense where M80 are starting to pick up the pace.
Apparently Jack and Chronic both forward, but nobody really took charge. And then on the other side, Nas just launches from way downtown, and the beating continues.
Gen G need to find themselves spiritually, maybe physically on the field. Open nets shouldn't be happening like that. Like a team like Gen G, they're losing the challenge game, and M80 are getting these opportunities that I feel like Gen G wouldn't allow anyone else to happen. And now with Jack getting that demo, maybe you release some pressure. But no, Nas is still harassing you, looking for bumps in the net, missing. AJ gets involved, and M80 have a comfortable lead with 90 seconds left.
Jack just dropping this back in, and Gen G looking for any semblance of offense, and they just have not had any. AJ through the corner. First killer trying to lead in transition. Shot on an open net. AJ won't catch up to it. First killer makes sure to nudge it home and maybe buy his team a second on the clock. 1:05 to go. Still down 2.
Yeah, Nas and Jorius double committing on that challenge, not winning it. Ball comes out to the midfield, and M80 couldn't fix that mistake before it was already too late. And Gen G get their first one on the board, but with a minute to spare, with M80 on match point, this wasn't supposed to happen this way. Not on paper, but maybe the past really does repeat itself. Gen G only lost to M80 in the Swiss bracket. There's just something about them that Gen G cannot figure out. Nas with the reset to Jorius to the back wall, first killer ready.
Oh, this could waterfall down. It is Nas, not quite. Chronic just got a finger on it. But now Nas dumping that back into the corner. You can see Gen G, they want to work out very quickly. They have to. Doesn't matter how many goals you give up if you can't score any more of your own. First killer, Jack was waiting for that to come to him, and first killer rolled it forward. Jack couldn't go for it now. 20 seconds left. Little bit of hero ball coming out from Gen G, and then Jorius beats them all, and then AJ will finish the job.
I'm seeing hesitation out of Gen G, leaving that ball in the midfield. It's always Nas, it's always M80 taking initiative. And then once Gen G figure out that the pass is on the floor, they're double committing, they're flipping, they're trying their best to block it in the net. But when you let M80 take shots on target like that, it's pretty over. And speaking of which, 4-1 with 10 seconds left. M80, they've got the job done in maybe an easier fashion than they did in the first time they faced in the last qualifier, but a statement to say the least coming out of M80 to sweep Gen G.
Wow. Boy, at this point, Gen G is going to be asking M80 for permission to take the car out on Sunday. They have owned Gen G so far this season. 3-1 2 weeks ago, and a sweep this time around. And this one wasn't particularly close. Outscore them 8-2 over the course of the series. That one overtime game was Gen G's biggest sign of life, and it was very quickly extinguished.
And that's where I bring up composure, composure, composure. It's important that when you're down, you know how to come back. And there are some teams whose mental shot or communication breaks down. And I saw that the effort was still there out of Gen G, but also just not being able to have the energy on the field to get on the ball first. They were losing challenges more and more as the game and time went on. And Gen G find themselves behind only by 1 win. But of course, like you said, it's not the end of the road. M80, though, have 1 more game to win before they lock themselves into playoffs. And we've got more games around the corner. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back.
The Swiss Abyss officially enters the home stretch. Round 4 inbound here as round 3 was quick and dirty. 2 rounds, 2 matches went to game 4. Everything else was a sweep. There were upsets galore. We'll talk about them. Congratulations, though. The Swiss merchants have everything in their shop they need. They are ready to go as they move forward here, chat. They are, congratulations, the first team into the bracket, alongside with G2, who went 3-1 over SSG there. So, some quick games here. Gentlemen, I mean, where do you want to? Where should we start, Stack? Let's start with M80 Gen G. Let's start with the match we actually watched here. I mean, what is going on with Gen G? They got in the grand finals last week, and then it's up at the same team.
Well, they can't beat M80. It's maybe, I don't know if it's a mental block at this point. They just don't have an answer for them. I mean, AJ goes off for 6 last time. He had 4 goals this time around. Nas had 4 goals. George didn't score any in this series, and they still outscored Gen G 8-2. They overwhelmed them.
We said that this was going to be a new Gen G, that they were going to improve over the last 2 weeks. This was a worse loss than they had against M80 last week.
Oh, absolutely. They were the number 2 offense coming into this. They were like 3.8 goals per game, and then they put up 2 in 3 games here. M80 just in the face at all times against the team like Gen G, who's supposed to have a lot of pressure all the time because they're so talented around the ball, but we just haven't seen that talent when it matters most. Like outside of maybe their top 4 match, but like after that they played G2, got outclassed, and then like honestly here versus M80 they got outclassed. So we'll see if they can bounce back and make it to the bracket, and then it's a brand new day, and we all know in Rocket League that the first day usually doesn't matter. We could talk about M80. They went 3-0 last time, then they lost in the quarterfinals. So they go 3-0 again here. They will be the 2 seed. G2 is the 1 seed going into the bracket. So we'll see who they get. But both of them are very happy to be done with the day early. Then you can prep and get ready for tomorrow. But for everyone else, there's still a ton of work to be done.
Ton of work left to be done, and a lot of upsets, especially in the 1-1 round there. Omelet's able to take down Deleted XD. That one probably goes the way most people thought. Everything else, though, a surprise here. Pirates on a boat, 3-1 over Dignitas to advance to 2-1 against SSG. TSM defeated 3-0. They got swept by Incorrect here. Incorrect versus NRG after NRG sweep Luminosity. So it's now NRG versus Incorrect in 2-1. One of those teams guaranteed top 8 coming out of that match. A crazy result. Also, OG upsets Akron here to sweep them and move forward into the 1-2 round. So we'll get to see some of that action here as well. This has been I don't know.
It's wild.
Where do you start?
I think you have to start with Energy and Incorrect because you have to just play your matchups, right? But there are going to be teams that get beneficial matchups. So Energy versus Incorrect have a great opportunity here to make a top 8 finish. Most people had Energy outside top 8 because of all the roster woes and all the roster moves. And Incorrect, most people didn't even have them at the main event. Yet they are here and they are making a run. We've seen this before. A lot of these teams come in that are young and full of energy and they're looking good on day 1, but then they wind up faltering in like the 2-2 round. Just don't get there, Incorrect. Do it now.
True.
Beat Energy, make it to that playoff bracket as a potential 3 seed at this point, which is insane. So that is a golden matchup for both of them. But the other 2, we got Space Station Pirates, which should be pretty good because Pirates have been looking great. Space Station has been looking a little bit down. And then Gen G versus Omelet, they're going to look to bounce back for Gen G. But Omelet is a strong team. So all 3 of these matchups, fantastic.
Yeah, don't sleep on Omelet at all. Despite what the name and branding might indicate that they're not taking themselves seriously, they're a very serious roster. You should take them seriously there. Pirates on a Boat also. Maybe this is a great performance they had against Dignitas, getting the 3-1 win there, a 5-1 victory in Game 3 there, bouncing back after they dropped Game 2. So Pirates on a Boat continuing to have a great performance here. They do got to make it out of the Swiss, though, if they want to be able to improve on last week's performances. Doing that against Space Station would be a big deal. We'll see if they can do that one there. But we're actually going to go and feature some losers matchups here, the lower matchups, the 1 and 2 matchups. Luminosity versus Leftovers. We'll keep track of that one on the side. You guys can watch that one on the Luminosity stream. I'm sure Leftovers also has a broadcast somewhere. I don't know specifically what streamer is doing that one. Deleted XD, I know is happening on Lawler's channel, and you can go check that one out. They're going up against TSM. Again, these are elimination matches right now, but we're going to feature Dignitas versus OG Esports. Well, OG Esports, easily the biggest surprise in the wrong direction so far this season. They finally, their win over Akron, their first victory in the Swiss across the entire season. This would be a huge improvement if they are able to beat Dignitas to stay alive in the bracket.
Yes, and it's because of their name recognition. Pro Power Rankings had OG number 4 before qualifier number 1. That has not obviously played out. But Calm, JNAPS, and Nolly, they are all huge veterans of the scene, and many pros consider them to still have more in the tank left. But so far, it has not turned out that way. We even talked about it earlier, Wave, and you said it's over at this point. They were 0-2. There's no way that they bounce back at this point, but they at least get a 3-0 versus Akron. But now it's a true test. They are going up against Dignitas, who is number 3 in points. So this is huge for both squads, because OG, like, if they lose this, then their year is basically done. But if Dignitas lose this, they have just forfeited their top 4 spot to some other teams. So both teams on the verge of elimination. Absolutely huge, and this is why we wanted to show this matchup, because these are two teams that many considered to be top 4 in North America. Whoever loses this very likely will not be anymore.
You know, if you're OG and you have all these expectations coming into the season, and your flagship victory is, so we beat the University of Akron 3-0. Out of our first 5 matches. That's not something to hang your hat on. You go to Game 5 with, Leftovers twice in both of the double elimination stages. I mean, at least you got one here and you can start to turn it around. But if they don't here, their split is effectively over.
But it's the beauty of Swiss, right? Because if it was like a group format, they go down 0-2, that they could even win their final match and be out anyway. But you don't go home until you lose at this point. So, sure, they're on their last life. We saw it last week, though. They played Pirates on a Boat. Pirates on a Boat beat them in the 0-2 round. Pirates on the Boat went on to finish top 8. So it is possible to begin 0-2 and make it back into that bracket. And honestly, like, if OG made it into the bracket, based on whoever they play, there's a potential that they could be favorites going into that matchup based on momentum and all of that, because players think that these guys are the real deal. They haven't showed it for 3 weeks now, but this is their last chance. On the other side, we talked about Dignitas, about that on paper, I thought this roster was a little bit weak, but they haven't shown that weakness yet. This is finally the time where they're starting to show the cracks a little bit. But again, if they win this, go into the 2-2 round and make it out of that, they can control their own destiny and get that top 4 major spot. So this one means the world to both these squads.
Well, and this is not, I mean, I think Dignitas easily, especially after regional number 1, they are the clear favorites. I mean, OG right now has, again, like Stack said, their only win is against Akron. So you have to go with Dignitas as the favorites on paper here. But Dignitas have not had anything close to a perfect, smooth sailing Swiss so far. They dropped, remember, we watched it on stream, them dropping that series in 5 games to Omelet back at the very beginning of round number 1. They had to go to game 5. They've played tons of overtime against Luminosity as well. They had 2 overtimes and went to game 5 there. They dropped a game against Leftovers in the last round. So they just got beaten 3-1 by the Pirates on a Boat. So Dignitas definitely not in exactly the spot they were expecting to be in. We'll see if they can continue to move forward. I mentioned the Luminosity match. I pulled a U Gibbs here. That was SSG. They have not played Luminosity in this match. I was like, I just listed 4 games. We're in round 4. There's no way. One of those was wrong. They played against Leftovers in round number 2 and won that one 3-1. But so Dignitas definitely has had a few stumbles today. We could definitely see it happen here. OG, hashtag DIG. Tell us who you've got on this one. Are any of us brave enough to predict OG, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, you called Akron over, or you called OG over Akron an upset when we came back from break. I can't let that go, by the way. Come on. Give them a little respect here.
I mean, but that's where we're at with OG. They were 0-5. They finally
got 3-0'd by deleted XD, man.
Match. So that's why it's very hard to pick them, right? Because Dignitas, again, 3rd in points right now. 3rd in points, a very quality team. But today, they have not looked like it. They've only beaten one squad that is not a great team that was in the 0-2 round, but they're still alive. But Dignitas, not looking good so far either. But clean sweep on the desk for Dignitas because, like, on paper now, you have to go Dignitas. OG, you've beaten Akron, but you got to show more.
I mean, what OG does have going for them, when they went 0-3 last time around, they were giving up like 11 shots a game. They've significantly cut that down. So it is a much different, it's a much better OG this time around. Problem is, I think there's too much firepower on this Dig squad.
I'm amazed the chat is as close as it was. There's a lot of OG fans in chat. They want to see this one happen. Dignitas sent me this hoodie last year, like after the season was over. And now I don't cast for them. So it's a cool hoodie. I just wanted to wear it one time. So here we are. Let's go Dignitas, see if they can do it. Folks, we're ready to get into the game. One of these teams going home right here. For OG, this could be the end of the split for them. They've got to get this win. The biggest challenge they've had yet. Can they do it? OG versus Dignitas in round 4.
OG bounced back after Akron, but losing to deleted XD, if they don't play at their peak right now, OG are going to get deleted from this qualifier. But Dignitas is also in the hot seat. They didn't really put up good numbers against Pirates on the boat, but it's redemption time, Daz.
It is redemption time, absolutely, for both teams, but this is such a tough position for them all to be in here. Again, in this lower round, elimination match. Dignitas was in the top 4 last time around. OG, this is the furthest they've gone in Swiss, and now they've got to go head-to-head. It's going to be tough. Even Nolly and Arsenal, former roommates, now to playing each other to see who stays alive in this event.
That's tough. This is a tough match for OG. It's a lot of the chat is 50-50. But there's not a lot of believers, I feel like, in general. I think OG have a lot to prove. There's so many teams that have something to prove, but especially OG. I think everyone had high expectations for them. They wish them the best. But Dignitas have been rated very highly. It's surprising to see them slip in the second qualifier a little bit, but we'll see if they can make up for it.
We'll see. Already a good lane there. Arsenal trying to get a goal early, but instead, it'll be Calm leading this one upfield. Gyro, good catch off the back end, and this is led straight down. Dignitas with a chance to move upfield. Evo, can he get this one through? It's cut off. OG now letting things get towards their net that easily.
Ooh, Arsenal's making some magic happen too. Buys enough time for Gyro to get in position, but just towards the back wall there when OG was already set up, I think Dignitas can cook something better than that. But hey, the pressure is still on. Who gets to this ball first? It is Noli who gets demoed for his efforts. Now Dignitas find themselves on defense. Calm at least bumping off the ball there. JNap's in control, and against Evo, Dignitas starting to break out.
The flick there from Arsenal gets blocked away. Nolly straight to JNap's, and JNap's looking to control it, but this one time it gets sent to the side. Calm, big whiff. And JNap's instead has to play it towards his own corner. Starting to see a little bit of pressure coming out, but I like the way OG's been able to manage it. They've been able to get some of these cutouts to slow things down on the play, while also just being very aggressive in the offensive front. So far, though, tied up. Only 2 shots this game, both belonging to Dignitas.
So far, so good. Dignitas play a good disruption game. I like that tip there from Evo, but no follow-through. I think both teams are figuring out how to really commit with intention, as Evo's forced to make the save, and Arsenal wants to carry this away, but not before Calm goes for the early challenge, and you had Dignitas on the back foot there just for a second. NoG could have really capitalized. Speaking of that, Arsenal just shoves Noli out of the way, and JDAP's almost own goals, and Gyro can't get it done. And we're still left with 0-0.
Yep, strong clearance is over. Chance there for Demo, even in a tough spot. Gyro's able to get the touch away, though. Could have been a goal for OG. Flick over, and Arsenal can't get a good touch on the flick. Gyro trying to keep this in play, looking for a bump. Evo doesn't want to commit, and now Calm is going to send this over to the sidewall. Gets a good follow, and Arsenal will be out of the play. Now looking for that rotation. A good demo for Arsenal, though, to deny Nolly any chance for the ball here. Pass. JNaps can't get it. Close opportunities for OG, but they're struggling to connect.
Oh, Dignitas stuck on that back wall, almost gave OG a chance to keep striking, and lots of opportunities for OG. A couple close calls now, 3 shots to 2. It feels like a lot more. They get in position, now need to get those shots on target, need to build up that threat level as Evo goes up high, and OG looking to stabilize. Arsenal up first, off of JNaps, off of Noli, that escorts it to the side. And I like that Dignitas are really going for it. They're not afraid to use boost to get up at the top and really make OG uncomfortable, but I think to make them really uncomfortable, you got to start scoring, though.
Yeah, I mean, good pressure right now, but still defense looks very solid. We're in the final minute here. It's 2 shots still. Dignitas finally increasing on that margin with the one from Gyro, but still blocked out by Calm. Calm bearing down on the ball. Evo, though, wins the 50, forcing JNaps in the air. JNaps keeps this one close, and Arsenal's the one who gets the clean beat. 40 seconds to go. Calm cleared out to the side. You see Gyro, light touch, good follow from Arsenal, but Evo went too, so Evo's gonna be out of the play. JNaps taking his time while Calm was looking to interfere. Got the flip preset over to the side, Gyro missed, Nolly had a free net, instead gave it to Calm who hit the crossbar. 23 seconds to go, and OG had a free goal that they just let go.
It's not even over yet. 15 seconds left, still in the orange half, and JNaps took off towards the net, and the pinch out as Dignitas hope to dig themselves out of this hole. And for now, a few more seconds with Dignitas hoping for a strong clear as Gyro follows through, and we enter overtime for game 1.
Ball getting killed there from Gyro. Dignitas want to take this in OT. We'll see how things look there. Already a good kickoff in favor, I would say, of OG. I mean, they were able to get a lot. You had to question whether or not they would hold on to the ball off the demo, but they do so really well. Gyro is going to be able to win the 50. I like this from Calm, though. Great touch forward. He's able to play a pass to forcing Arsenal back. Evo was, of course, in a good spot, but he closes it straight to JNaps, who sends it back into the lane. Slight little double commit, but nothing to be worried about here, as Gyro is still set in net, but just completely misses the ball there. Calm drops it straight down. Nolly was going to pressure the defense to see if they were able to react to it, but very uncharacteristic from the first event from Dignitas. It just feels like they've struggled to connect with the ball at times.
And Arsenal's really giving life to this Dignitas team. Very valuable touches. Now hoping to get out of this defensive hold they've been stuck in, as Noli challenges, almost dunks, and Dignitas know they cannot let that happen. Now to Noli, who gets shoved off by Gyro. Calm to JNaps with a net in front, flicks it to the back wall. Evo was ready. It goes back to the midfield. Great space created there by Dignitas.
Oh man, and Calm, that patience, 3 off. Calm looking for a bump now on Arsenal, and Arsenal gets a big win there on the play. Have to be a little bit careful if you're Dignitas. Evo out of the play. JNaps is in that back end. He ends up taking corner boost. He might turn on this. He's looking to, but it's a little awkward for him. Calm gets a demo to open up some space. Nolly trying to get the game winner, and he's got it! Beautiful one to end the game.
Dignitas have been really struggling to clear in this overtime, and OG finally put the pressure on. I was just about to talk about how kind of slow the play feels like, because everyone's been successful at forcing 50s and making both possessions look weak. And then when you have that extra time, you can really read how someone's dribbling a ball in the air. That's where OG capitalized. That's how Noli shines. 5 shots to his name and the game winner. OG hoping to just have a rebound just morally after kind of how this qualifiers went.
Exactly. You got to take it game by game. They drop down early, but they start to surge here. And then you're going against a Dignitas team that's coming out a little slow and not really connecting when they need to. And OG, even though there were some rough moments where I said, how is this not a goal? There was probably 2 that game. The game winner kind of makes up for it. You see the stats here. Again, not really too demo heavy. There were a lot of bumps, but the demo game was definitely equal for the most part around things. We'll see how that develops as the series continues.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of a trendsetter type of game where both teams were playing really slow. I think they can definitely pick up the pace. We know that their peaks are much higher than this. So for OG to clean that up and still salvage that overtime in their favor is super good. But Dignitas, I think a lot of people rate them higher than OG, at least not really on the paper, but based on the results that have been put out. So we'll see if Dignitas can get themselves back in command of the series.
We'll see how things look. Game 2 on the screen. Great start for OG. I mean, the way they've been able to control the ball, keep it in Dignitas' end, seems solid. They're trying to build on it. J-Naps, oh, he's got it. You can never let Naps shoot that one for free. He'll send it through every time.
Yeah, Gyro protects the wall well and then drops right down to J-Naps, and Arsenal's coming from the corner. Maybe just grab the corner boost and late to the play, and you gotta wake up if you're Dignitas. Just right off the kickoff like that, giving up a goal. OG ain't playing around.
Strong start, yeah, it just feels like that momentum is slowly starting to shift in their favor. Dignitas, high ball, Gyro. You really have to start being a little concerned if you're a Dignitas fan. Of course, only 4 spots for the first major. Going out here in round 4 opens it up to a lot of teams and makes your run a lot harder when we get time for the 3rd event. Gyro has an open look though, and they'll be able to get back on the board relatively easy.
So I know J-Naps and Calm were trying to coordinate, and then the 3rd man a little too far forward in the midfield, and this just went all the way back, right to Evo, right to Dignitas, who find the equalizer, tied 1-1, with both teams already ramping up the level of play compared to game 1. It's J-Naps shoved off, but here comes Noli, taking the ball high and to the side as Calm waits to see what Gyro's up to. At least shoves him off and gives a chance for J-Naps to get a piece of this ball, but he kind of misses that, and Arsenal might get away with too much. Just goes in front of the net, it's a floater, and nobody from Dignitas could capitalize.
Nice flip reset, but Evo, he had a lot of time there, ended up just giving that right back to OG, so now a chance that could have been something for Dignitas to control the play. They've got to go back now. Infield pass is coming out. Good touch there, though, from Evo this time. And it will force Nolly to take this back from his own end. Nice high touch. That does not touch the ceiling at all. Calm, though, does get a nice ceiling bounce, and it all looked like it was going towards the net, but denied by Dignitas, who have been maintaining, but it's not really been easy for Dignitas to control the pace. A lot of the game has been played out of their own half.
And Gyro just tries to go for a clear, and it gets returned right to sender. Noli pushed off the ball, and Dignitas are really physical in that way. They won't let you have the ball, but to do something of their own takes some time. Arsenal, Gyro stopped, slowed down by Calm right at the net, as Arsenal's getting all mixed up with 3 players of OG on him. So now Evo tries to take this back with Arsenal, as Dignitas really got to take their time and maintain this, as Noli's 50 almost gives J-Naps a chance to put a shot on target. And maybe still now as Gyro's forced back, and OG are kind of surprising Dignitas and making them think twice.
Yeah, they are. This one bounce off sidewall, looking for a shot there. But Gyro getting a good block. Carried that one all the way to the side and got a nice little double. Good demo there from Arsenal to create some space. But Evo, big boom clearance. He is able to catch up to this though. Kind of forces Nolly to be able to play it towards J-Naps. They're looking back and forth here, but still, that deadlock continues. And yeah, I don't know, for me, I do wish I could see Dignitas just control the ball more. It feels like they're not doing that as much, and a lot of free possession is going to OG. They're only gonna have so many amount of these free clearances they're gonna give before OG starts to get set up in net. Then once they get set up on the orange side, the demos are gonna start coming, and I can see another Dignitas breakdown.
Yeah, Dignitas just need to be more productive in this blue half, and they have setups towards the back wall with no kind of intended target to pass to, and they land the ball from their aerials right on OG. So, like you said, it's tough for Dignitas to really follow through with their plans offensively as they find themselves back on defense. Midfield there for Noli, who crashes and wants to find JNaps there, but coverage really good out of Dignitas, but not really harassing this ball as much as they should. Calm is having a lot of freedom to just make space for OG to move forward, and Dignitas are really not putting the pressure on.
JNaps to the side, final minute, still tied up. Evo plays it, good low 50, Arsenal now. Gets that ball, gonna try to bring it towards the net, but JNaps again, he's been so efficient in getting the ball on that orange side so often. Calm actually had the ability to take a shot, that one blocked away. Time ticking. Someone's got to get moving here. Been stuck in that stalemate. Both teams very quick to deny the ball pressure, and honestly, anybody holding on to it for too long, not really too many options for a lot of solo plays here in this particular game.
Yeah, some dangerous crosses in front of that blue net. Dignitas just can't seem to penetrate through this defense. Gyro escorting it across, and now both teams missing one. Has everyone in disarray, and with 10 seconds, we could be entering another OT, depending on how Calm collides there.
Oh, the fake!
The pitch
Oh!
down low! Gets it done with 3 seconds left.
You can see it from Nolan when he goes up. No way he's touching that. Leaves it as a fake for JNaps. JNaps, perfect shot again. JNaps has been striking, shooting 50%, 2 for 4 this game. He comes up clutch, and what could put OG in match point. Ball out in space, no one from Dignitas can get there, and OG 1 game away from round 5.
OG ready to shut the haters up. I know they're not in chat though, because they voted 50-50 pretty much for this match, and I like the way you describe that as a stalemate. I think it's been hard for both teams to really develop offensively. There's been strong clears in terms of kind of reaching the ball once it does transition. It's been tough for both sides, and JNaps is credited for both goals for OG, and these minute slips for Dignitas is what's costing them games, but overall consistent.
Yeah, pretty consistent overall. Honestly, I'm looking at Evo here. For Dignitas, I think I really want to see more out of him. It feels like when he's on possession on the ball, he's not really keeping it too close, even though he has very strong mechanics. And has been sometimes for the others as well, it's the first touch more than anything. I know first touch, rule show, whatever. But it really is the first touch when it comes down to it that kind of determines what they're going to do. And sometimes if you look at Dig, when they're on the ball, that first touch sometimes gets away from them, and then boom, suddenly the whole offense is gone, because then they have to play catch up, or OG's just ready for something to be sit over high into the air, and they say, okay, we'll take that, we'll push it back into your end, and then we're gonna try to demo chase you and bump you some more. Do or die here for Dignitas though. They have to reverse sweep OG if they want to move on. OG in the driver's seat. Let's see if they close it out.
Both these teams look exhausted. I mean, it's probably a long Swiss day of highs and lows, of getting 3-0'd to 3-0'ing other teams. It's about how you stay composed through the day. And OG just stealing away not only game 1 and game 2, but that goal there for JNaps.
JNaps took the corner boost, Nolly able to get it to him, and then he knew the person behind him was low. Even then, just placed the shot so perfectly, no one was expecting JNaps to take a shot there. First goal to OG, they set the tone.
They are setting the tone, and even last game, Dignitas was able to find an answer, but it's Calm setting up JNaps, who races forward, but Evo is there first. And OG building up, but a great pinch from Gyro kind of stifles that momentum. Now OG find themselves having to carry this all the way back with not too much threat coming out of Dignitas when they had that counterattack, and now demos across the board. JNaps getting real close to the nets, and Arsenal may just be able to carry this out. Noli's just actually gonna back pass and not let Dignitas get away with too much.
Exactly. Forcing Dignitas to play upfield, getting them outside the play. And even when they are on the ball, not able to do much with it. Signs are strongly pointing to OG. We have to see something different from Dignitas here. They've got less than 4 minutes to do it. Gyro already off to a good start. You see Arsenal gets faked by Noli and then gets a flick over Evo. Gyro goes up, he was third man. Ball goes towards Arsenal, so he's able to slow it down, which is big for Dignitas. And Evo tries to put a shot on, but Noli in net, and we'll get the clearance.
Yeah, the bouncer shot, you don't love it. Could be stronger, but at least Dignitas are knocking on that door. They're starting to become scarier on this offense. They've been glued into this side. And now with that demo on the Gyro, Ham and Noli might have been able to relieve this team from their side. And Kong feels like that guy who's just out for blood. He's always been that amazing third anchor on this team, or just any team that he's been on. That selfless player that can make the space that's needed. Speaking of that, Dignitas getting shoved around and come free with the ball to the back wall, but no friends around. They gotta rotate back.
Yeah. Here's JNaps though, trying to push us back in. You have to be a little concerned. Nolly goes through, steals boost, gets a cut. JNaps picks up the mid. Looking at Dignitas on the boost meters, they're getting lower and lower, and there's the shot, and there's the goal. It's all planned out for OG, 2-goal lead.
I don't know if it was just luck that JNaps was just perfectly on the wall like that, but as soon as he scooped it up, the quickest pass and the quickest shot that, well, Dignitas couldn't turn around before it was too late. 2-0 for OG. These glimpses of just excellence coming out of OG, and now Calm with the demo, but JNaps too far from the ball. Will at least go for the bump on the Arsenal, but it's Evo with the quicker recovery, with the double tap, maybe intended for Arsenal, but really getting disrupted by this defensive OG. This could float in front of the net. Evo takes the shot, it's off the cross, and Arsenal goes in for round 2, but he's getting committed on by OG. That's tough.
Bumps on the play, but you can start to see it setting in, the reality setting in for Dignitas right now. They are playing at a much faster pace to the ball. Tournament life on the line here. They got to get 2 within 2 minutes, where it's been a struggle for them to just get a 1 for the majority of this game. We'll have to see if they can muster up anything right now. I saw them on the kickoff, double fake kickoff. That didn't even work out. Now they're in a tough spot. Nolly chasing on the back end. JNaps not able to get there in time. Gyro and Nolly trade demos. Dignitas with a chance to move. Flip reset to Arsenal. Put the shot on. Gyro, remember that demo? He came in late to the play. He picks up a demo. JNaps leaves this one. He wasn't able to get a follow-up touch. Evo wasn't able to double off the backboard, and Arsenal was too far away. Everything, it just feels like a disaster case. Even in their best moment, Dignitas still cannot convert.
Not the highest quality shots from Dignitas, but you made OG sweat there for a second. Now they may start to calm down.
Oh, there's a bump!
This clock is ticking down, and Evo gets the cleanup he wanted after all. With 1:04 left, OG are only up by 1.
There's the bump. Gyro was trying to finish. It was a tough angle. Good on Evo. The light touch follow-up brings it within 1. Now Dignitas race against the clock if they want to stay alive. Oh, double fake kickoff from OG.
Dignitas with the kickoff too, and Arsenal at least recoups possession, but has no boost, and Evo's trying to slow down the play and needs help from Gyro. Now they're colliding, and this weakness maybe can be smelt by OG, but they gotta climb up. They gotta go high to get this ball, and Noli just barely gets a handle of it. So JNaps has to get involved, and I love what JNaps has been able to do this game and the magic he makes happen for OG. But all eyes are on Evo and his execution with that last goal. Dignitas just need 1 more to tie this game up and keep themselves alive in the series.
Infield pass, that's a good beat. Does he get there? Pass, JNaps got it! What an attack from OG, one side of the field to the other. The pass between Noli and JNaps, beautiful to see.
Wow, those connections, OG have it in them. 3-1 Has this sealed the deal for OG Dignitas? They tried to get creative off of kickoff. It didn't result in a goal. And now this ball is just free for Noli. I'm surprised he did take a shot off on target, but he goes to Calm, and good attempt. JNAP's first on the ball. Where is Dignitas? Asleep. Just trying to read what OG is doing, but they're just not doing anything either. Dignitas have already given up, and this series goes in favor of OG. They really started ramping up more and more, and Dignitas just couldn't keep up.
One team last event was top 4. The other didn't even make it to round 4 of Swiss. Can you guess which teams were which? You probably thought so going into this one, but OG with a sweep on Dignitas, knocking them out and moving them into round 5. What a showing from them. Backs against the wall, but they don't back down.
Yeah, I didn't love what I saw out of Dignitas, but I wonder if they're still kicking themselves from that 3-1 loss to Pirates on the Bow, where they also put very low numbers there. A total of 4 goals over 4 games is very uncharacteristic for Dignitas in that series, and kind of a low-scoring affair in this one too, against a team that Dignitas should consider beatable.
Reading, seeing just how well OG is playing, though. You have to still give them credit where it's due. They looked fantastic. We're going to send it back to the desk, though. Still more matches happening in Swiss.
Oh my goodness, it was OG Esports got a 3-1 payout in channel points for this one. The people that believe, the believers, are thriving right now. Well done, OG. We said their backs were against the wall. They had to win it, and they found a way to win it. Gibbs, you kind of called it.
I didn't want to be right. Wave, like, what is happening? Dignitas has turned into a pumpkin.
They turned into a pumpkin.
They go down.
They got
1-3.
smashed.
Not only that, but my job is going to be a lot harder later on because playoff implications, Majors insane. Pirate Space Station, Game 5. 1-1.
We got lots of crazy stuff to talk about. Yellow teams might be in shambles for this round here. The Pirates have forced Game 5, and they're trying to look for the lead right now. Can they pull it off here? They were leading just a moment ago during the throw to us. The Space Station scored here. They might get it again. Oh! They're in the lead now. Pirates with their backs against the wall. Not really. I mean, they're in 2-1. So they get to go to round 4 if they lose this one. But oh, man.
Wow, what a great pass. Just right on the bumper and just hit that as hard as you can into the net while they're trying to rotate out. Space Station, it's been a wild day of Swiss. We've had a lot of weird upsets, so Space Station's like, please, can we just get out of this now?
Every game in this series has been 1 goal except Game 4. Space Station destroyed Pirates with facing elimination, or rather facing relegation to the 2-2 round. They won 6-2 in Game 4 to force this 5th game.
Now, for anyone in chat who does not know, we haven't talked about it yet. Pirates in the Boat, coached by our longtime casting friend and brother, Achieves. So Gibbs and I, and most of the casting team, very biased towards the Pirates. Also because they are massive underdogs in every match they've been up against. But that underdog kind of aura is starting to fade a little bit as they get more and more into these situations.
Oh, it's open.
But they are, this is looking bad. They're going to have to get a kickoff goal here.
Well, they got a little bit of time on the clock, but like Andy as third man there just goes up at an awkward angle and just goes nowhere near the ball. It's the Space Station. Good counterattack yet again to get a 2-goal lead here. But yeah, Pirates, by the pros rankings as well, only one pro team actually ranked them like in their top 10, and it was number 10. So a lot of pros did not expect Pirates to be in contention for top 8s multiple weeks in a row. So kudos to them for doing so. But Space Station trying to make that.
Dude, this was such a good. They got a good stop, but they double commit on the stop. I mean, understandably, but it goes right to look at this touch from LJ, right back to the middle to Hoxer, and don't put
LJ, man.
Make it difficult now. Now you really need a kickoff goal to keep hopes.
Yeah, you just gotta throw everything now. Just gotta.
They tried a fake kickoff in the last kickoff, didn't quite work out. This almost works. Just shoot.
We're starting to see a lot more teams try for these kickoff methods, and I wonder, because in scrims, you probably don't practice them that often because you don't want to give up your playbook on kickoffs, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you
it's hard
have to practice. Yeah, so you kind of have to practice them in game. So unless you have one team that you absolutely trust, then maybe you try it on them or something like that. But here we go, another goal.
The classic
Fun police have arrived.
The wave punk adage, if you just put it on target every time you touch the ball, you will be grand champ. I still hold by that, and that's kind of Space Station's strategy. It's like every touch is just, hey, go back and defend. It's a roller. It's an easy shot, but just go back and defend, and eventually it slips through. 5-1 now in Game 5.
Gen G is also pulling away from Omelette, the only other match going on right now, and they're about to secure that series. They're up 3-1 with 38 seconds left on match point.
Okay.
Omelette took a Game 1, I believe, of that series. And it's been Gen G for the rest
Is
of
it
the
a
day.
Spaceman sweep?
Oh no, not at all. Not excuse me. The one that like doesn't really have a name. They won Game 2. So Gen G won Game 1 8-2, and then everything else is then Omelette took Game 2, and then everything else has been Gen G.
So real quick, while we're closing this out, because I think this is pretty much set in stone here, but that Dignitas loss is huge for every other team in North America outside of a G2 and Gen G. Because now the third and fourth place teams in points, both are out early. So now it comes down to like third and fourth are completely wide open for a bunch of teams, including teams like OG, who might have just saved their entire year by getting that win there. Because if they go in and go to that playoff bracket and somehow pull off an upset versus M80, probably, because M80, you know, they go 3-0 and then they lose, then they get a top 4 finish. They'll probably be like just barely points out of a top 4 spot at that point. So completely wide open in North America. Outside of those top 2, we'll see how Gen G does, but they made another playoff bracket. So it is good news for all fans of every single team in North America, outside if you're a fan of Dignitas or Rebellion, but it's going to make the playoff race very exciting through the rest of this regional, and then in 2 weeks' time when we close out the entire split.
The OG in their first 5 series went 2-15. They are 6-0 in their last 2 series. Quite the turnaround. Literally cannot talk about it enough here, folks. We've got 6 teams left. We've got 3 more matches for them to play, 3 more teams to put through to our bracket. We'll have that and more after the break. It's time for the final round. OG Esports have earned themselves a shot at the bracket after sweeping Dignitas out. Dignitas, GG's, go next. You'll have to play again for regional number 3 if you want to make it to the finals, folks. It has been quite the day. We have 3 matches left, each one with stories all loaded up. You're going to want to make sure you have the other streams pulled up on the side so you can go check those out and know what those are going on at the same time. We will be featuring one match here. You saw it on the break plate. We'll be watching Pirates on the Boat versus TSM. But, man, there's been so many sweeps today, Lemon. Last round, we had the Game 5 SSG Pirates on the Boat. Only game that went to Game 5.
You know what I care about, though? NRG are back. OG is back. Yes, teams that have a lot to prove and a lot of people to shut up did so in these matches. NRG are in the top 8, OG there too. It's amazing to see the turnaround that happens in such a short amount of time between Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, and then also just within the day.
Yeah, man. It's been
wild,
crazy.
It's been wild. We always say that these days are crazy, but generally speaking, you get most of your top 8 are who you expect to make it into those spots. But we look at Qualifier 1, I would say it was a long off season, so you expect weird results maybe, and you expect teams to show what they're made of. Well, now the 3 seed of Shopify Rebellion didn't even make it here, and the other 3 seed who was tied there was Dignitas, who just went 1-3. So the door's wide open for everyone in North America. Literally everyone has a shot to make this major now. And it's going to come down to games like this, the 2-2 round. Can you make that bracket? Because once you make the bracket, everyone's going to go to sleep tonight, wake up a brand new player in Rocket League, and you never know what happens. You never know what happens when it comes to a bracket. And we also know that Gen G and G2 are on the same side of the bracket. So if you wind up to fall on the other side, there's a golden opportunity to make a grand finals push and put yourself in that conversation for a major, and it could be one of these 2-2 teams.
These next 3 matches, each one's got some story, got some stakes to it here. I mean, you look at Luminosity versus Omelette. Luminosity, they made it to bracket last time, fell apart there. It's not falling apart, it's the wrong word, but they did not make it to the finals. Omelette, though, this will be such an accomplishment for them to make it out of the Swiss at this point. OG or incorrect, one of those teams will be top 8 by the time this match is over. And Pirates on a Boat trying to prove that last time wasn't a fluke, going up against TSM, who also missed top 8 despite the preseason hype. Both these teams with so much to prove. Oh, man, Lemon, where do you want to start? What side of this team do you want to start talking about?
Oh, that's tough. I'm trying to look at Pirates on the Boat. They got that rookie of 5-up, and Andy's always been that solid player, but Coach Div, I don't even say one on the side of TSM. But I'm a huge fan of hockey, always will be. Don't need a coach if you're just too smart. But I'm always going to lean on the side of the Pirates because they just seem like that dark horse team that is surprising everyone. I think, besides how much we love Achieves, we weren't expecting this team to really make the top end sweat this much.
Oh man, it's wild because I feel like with TSM, they were the team in the offseason to make all these long tournament runs, grand finals runs, winning a few of them as well. They were team Hey Bro, and they get picked up by TSM, and it's finally their moment. 3 brand new kids coming in, we're gonna make waves. And what do they do in Qualifier 1? They drop out 1-3. They don't do anything, and everyone's like, it was probably just off-season stuff. But they're back. They're in the 2-2 round, but they're going up against Pirates on a Boat, who did surprise everyone, making it to a top 8. And on their side, they have so many things going for them. Like Andy, he got 2 players poached off his team throughout the offseason. It was Toasty and Cheese were both on his team at different times. They moved on to other teams, so he had to find new players. There's Aris, who tried out for seemingly 12 teams in the top of North America, and no one picked him up. So now he's on this team. Then we got Coach Achieves, who put out a tweet. 1 week later, he gets hired as a coach. 1 week after that, he makes top 8. So I don't know what's going on, but TSM, the offseason was fantastic for them. And everyone is questioning, can you do it in the big moment? Can you do it on this stream right now when it matters most? And that's the question they have not answered yet.
Yeah. I don't. Are there many other people that have a faster rise from tweet to top 8 than achieves? I don't know. That might be a record at this point, folks. But we're happy to see him there. I mean, obviously, this is a little bit of a Pirates on a Boat team stream at this point. We'll see if they can. I want my boy to win, but I also know how big this is for the TSM players and how important it is for them to make the top 8 for them and for their fans and for that support there. So we'll see if they can do it, folks. Hashtag TSM, hashtag R for the Pirates. Let us know who you want to win. Let's be real. We're all gonna predict Pirates on a Boat. What is the actual X factors here? Instead of talking about who we think is gonna win, like what are gonna be the difference makers here, Gibbs? Who needs to pop off for Pirates? What does Pirates need to do? / who needs to pop off for TSM? What does TSM need to do? What is gonna be the thing for our viewers to watch of who's actually going to win this match?
I feel like it's very coin flippy, which a lot of these matches have been, but you have the historic offseason of TSM and what they did. I feel like hockey was performing exceptionally well throughout that offseason, so if he can continue, we'll see how that looks. I'm going to look at Aris on the side of Pirates because he's one of those players, and I think he has a lot of talent, and that's why he gets all these tryouts on these teams, but he didn't get picked up for whatever reason, right? So if he can pop off, I think Pirates will have a good shot at winning this. I do think, honestly, if there was no Achieves, I might go TSM, honestly. It's super close, but because of the coach difference, of course, Achieves is the GOAT, so we're going Pirates.
We'll see if they can. Chat, we've got Pirates on the desk. You've got Pirates in chat as well. I'm excited to see if they can do it today, folks. It's time for the final matches of the day. The other matches also happening on streams around Twitch. Go check them out. But for here on the Rlcs, we're going to be watching Pirates on a Boat versus TSM to make it to the bracket.
Well, something's got to give here. You've got the #1 offense from the first regional and the second worst offense from the first qualifier, and now they do battle for a spot in the top 8.
As Sean Stackhouse likes to say, survive and advance. That's the name of the game here in this series. And Andy already started us off with a hot shot. We'll see who takes the lead here first.
It's been a dramatic improvement for TSM as they've made it, first of all, into round 5 and given themselves a real shot. This is, among all the opponents they possibly could have had, this is a pretty good one to draw. But it is still a team that was top 8, took Dignitas to 6 games in the quarterfinals 2 weeks ago. Aris setting up 5 up. No, he's setting up Andy. And it's Wavy, who was wise to the play, makes the save, and we're off and running.
I like the idea of the fake from 5 up, trying to set up that lane for Andy. Andy always oppressive when he's got the shooting lanes, and it's good to really see 5 up kind of start to get in form here with this Pirates team. We got to watch out, though. TSM been doing a good job. 1 in 50. You see Hockey with a demo on the back end. Pretty ambitious for Creams. He was late to the play. Wavy, though, good speed. Creams keeps control. Wavy wanted to get the bump on Aris, and Creams was trying to buy time for it, but Aris was ready for the play and adapted perfectly. Still ball on that blue side as you start to see Pirates get a little bit of a clear to break out, but for how long?
Promise you this is not a second Pirates on a Boat team stream. As much as I think everybody here would love to see this team coached by Achieves make a run into the playoffs. You look at this TSM squad and you can't help but be impressed by that man Creams, who just had a shot blocked at point blank range. The kind of career trajectory that he's had. He was a sub with Alpine, and when you're a sub on kind of a middling team, there's not a lot of prospects for you. Not maybe much of a future. He has carved out a nice little himself. How about Aris, though? Calls his own number, goes top right, and it's 1-0 to the Pirates.
And he slams it home. No time for the defense to react to it. High-speed shot at a great angle. Beautiful top right slot to start us off.
Wavy in a kind of standoff with 5 up. Creams does have Wavy downfield, but he can't find him. So Wavy went for the opposite corner boost steal deep in Pirates territory. Now 5 up will bring it right back to that corner, hoping the move spawns for him. It did not, but he'll be able to grab it, and he may need some of it to contend here. He runs out of real estate, though, and Aris has to come back to the rescue for Pirates on a Boat. Andy will outlet to 5 up. We'll see if Pirates can double their lead here, or if TSM can hold the line.
So far, TSM been able to manage things. We have seen, I would say, some good opportunities from them. Just again, not being able to connect when someone goes for a demo, or sometimes a challenge is a little too late. But those are things that can get cleaned up as the series goes on, as they start kicking it into pace. That's a free back wall though, and Cream's able to get there first.
TSM still very much recovery mode here. Andy, right place, right time, and he just pins it between Hockey and the post.
This ball gets away from Creams. Good control from Andy, but Eris, great 50 ball pitches right back to Andy. Says, I'll put it right on target again. Defense just not ready. Ball bouncing left and right, and finally in the right corner. Pirates again. 2 goals here. They are on a nice little run in game 1.
Creams will circle back here. Wavy staying at midfield, and he never had a chance at that ball. So now Hockey's gonna have to race to the midfield boost. Eris beat him with that, and to the ball. And here goes Andy, here goes Pirates on a boat again. They have a huge advantage right now. Can they capitalize and convert? Eris right at Wavy, nothing doing. And TSM will escape from danger unscathed, and they almost get one back. Hockey denied. Creams is there, off a defender and in.
Shot from Creams, TSM finally on the board, but it's a 3-person pass play that really gets it started. You see Eris in a tough spot, makes a bad clear, which sets up a lane for Creams, and Creams not gonna miss that shot. Everybody getting involved in TSM. It's a 1-goal game.
TSM battling back, still a minute and a half to go. That's an eternity, but everybody was kind of ball watching there, and nobody guarded the empty space. TSM may be a little fortunate that Pirates didn't capitalize there. Wavy back the other way, denied by Andy. Savior medal for him, 3 out of the 4 saves for Pirates on a boat. Now Creams beaten by 5 up. 5 up could still stay with this play, but it's going to be Eris instead. Wavy doing all he can to deny and delay as long as possible, but they've given that one away to 5 up. Free off the backboard, and Creams comes in and really saves TSM.
It saves TSM, keeps them in the conversation of this game, but now TSM gotta go. Oh my goodness, Eris is very solid there. Oh wow, great pinch from Creams. He needs 2 and he gets it. Solid touch out. TSM making great stops, but this is not where you want to be in the final minute. They need to get more control of the ball, see if they can get it out.
Yeah, it's nice to make impressive plays at one of the goals. You'd like it to be at the other one. Like that, oh, Creams almost. He had the double tap lined up, but hit it off the exact same spot. Now Wavy just lobbing one in. 17 seconds. Time to throw caution to the wind here. Andy can't clear the zone. Wavy against Eris. Eris got up. Wavy did not. Loose ball for Andy. Downfield with 5 seconds. They'll let it go. Back to Hockey. Andy intercepts. Should be able to bring it to ground. And instead, TSM, they're going to get a little tip drill out of it. Hockey's up early, but Eris with the challenge, and Pirates hang on.
Yep, you're right. Pirates able to hang on, but I mean, it's really good defensive stop there. Oh my God, my man is suited up. He looks great. He looks great. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it so much. It makes me so happy. But it's to see how well the team is able to hold on in terms of keeping their composure. Again, it was pretty chaotic towards the end, but they never really put the ball in too many rough spots. TSM did have a couple opportunities, but of course you saw the defense really step up and make saves. And even then, when you look at the shot opportunity, I mean, Eris was 100% goal participation in that game, had a great shot forward, and then a good 50 against 2 there. Well, I mean, so solid from Eris individually. Andy defensively was everywhere. He had 3 saves from him. This is what you want to see from Pirates if they're in a round 5 situation, because they already have come off to a good start. For TSM, things start to kind of get away from them. A lot of it was them trying to chase the ball rather than have the ball and bring it up, but we did see some glimpses with them.
Just to peel back the curtain a little bit, you know, our producer, Johan, in our ears tells us, all right, Casters look sharp before he brings it to us. How can we compete with what Pirates on a Boat have going for them? Like, none of us are. I'm wearing Asfira's shirt for crying out loud.
Yeah, we're wearing suits tomorrow, Stacks. That's just what we have to do now at this point. Like,
fair enough. Tell you what, if we draw Pirates on a Boat again in the quarterfinals, then yes, we'll have to suit up just so we can look even half as sharp as Achieves has. But the team looking sharp as well. I mean, they did have the significant advantage there, the 2-1 win in game number 1 for Pirates on a Boat. TSM looked out of sorts at times on the offensive end, right? It didn't look like they were quite on the same page. They were playing off the back foot and almost trying to recover for the majority of that game. They've got to turn that around, and of course, they don't have the benefit of a coach like Pirates on a Boat has, and I think that's something that you're going to see play out a lot more in all regions as we continue on through this process.
Right. Also looking down towards TSM, for example. Okay, Wavy. He's trying to pass the time. Looking at TSM, I mean, you talked about it a little bit individually. You know, you said Creams just being more, you know, he was a sub initially on Alpine, and to be able to see his growth and how he's been able to make a name for himself as a player. The same can be said for both Hockey and Wavy. Both of them really had to earn their spots, but it's a joy to see them do as kind of well as they have been on TSM. I think a lot of people know that they could push it to the top 8 spot, but knowing that they have that potential, despite being all individually having to prove themselves as players, they were able to do it together, and I think that's something that's really worth a lot of people to pay attention to as well.
Yeah, this is a match full of players that have had to kind of fight for some respect, and one of these teams is going to find themselves in the top 8 tomorrow. Now, granted, when you look at what's waiting for them in said top 8, it's, you know, it's not thrilling. You're looking at either a G2, an M80, or NRG, but, you know, you're in the top 8, and you get the points that come with that, and a shot at getting into the top 4 and making a run at the Copenhagen Major.
Right. And with 2 teams that were in the top 4 that aren't there anymore, with Rebellion and Dignitas not being able to get to that placement, it's kind of, the door's opened here a bit. So seeing, you know, a lot of people are going to be looking at the points total, seeing where they could possibly land, all dependent. Eyes are going to be on the bracket, of course. New teams on the bracket. We know Gen G and G2 are going to be on the same side of the bracket going in the top 8. So that means you're going to have a new final, and you're going to have 2 teams in the top 4 that have never been to the top 4 before. So this opens up a lot of discussion and really going to get eyes on things. But of course, we've got to fill in those slots. And to do that, we've got to play some Rocket League. Here we go.
Hockey is back. His problem seems to be sorted out. And we're ready to go here for game 2 with Pirates on a Boat leading the series 1-0. Can they reach match point? Or does TSM extend this series even further? Here we go. Creams gives one away to Eris. He's got Andy coming up behind him. And Andy's going to be jumping right into action, but Wavy doing well to make that secondary challenge and then redirect that high and wide. Sets up a rebound opportunity, though. Wavy calling his own number, denied by Eris.
Starting to see Wavy get active. Always a good sign if you're a TSM fan. Defense, though, from Pirates still holding strong. Had to wait a little bit before we got into game here, but you can see TSM ready to pick things up, and Wavy a couple of bumps there. Creams, though, playing high off the backboard, but you got 2 on the backboard for Pirates. That's going to be cleared out every time.
Eris chasing down Hockey. Now Wavy. Creams running forward, looking for contact, finding none. 5 up with an aggressive challenge. Andy's up early. Hockey, can he get down on this? No, Eris will come in and swoop that away. But he's in the same place as 5 up, and that could be a little bit awkward for Pirates. Spacing needs to be a little bit better here in the early stages of game 2.
Yeah, and in order to continue to get that spacing, you got to fight for it. Look at this, great control from Creams. Puts in a low shot, though, could have been a little better, kind of rushed it. 5 up, solid save. He's going to stay on this and try to win the 50 against Hockey, but Eris was playing the loss, played it really well. Creams, early challenge. And Andy a little late there. You saw the fake challenge, force Hockey to give up possession. Now 50s against Creams. Defensively, Pirates are doing really well considering the position they're in. They have not really given up anything to TSM easily.
There are kind of 2 schools of thought there. You know, sometimes you just throw the ball at the net and hope something good happens, like this, as Andy centers for Eris. Nobody home, and Eris will score again.
I mean, and then moving upfield, again, you saw a little bit of disruption, some separation. Andy got control of the ball, got to follow up to beat the defender, and left just the right enough of a lane for Eris to get there and score. Pirates, first goal.
The other school of thought, of course, you maybe be a little more patient, trying to work for a better shot instead of just taking the first opportunity. We're seeing TSM kind of just take that first shot. That one a little bit high and wide. Had to be better. That's one where you feel like you should come away with a goal. Instead, it's coming back the other way, and more zone time potentially for Pirates. Though Creams has something to say about it. Great win in the air, but Andy's right there.
Yep, good touch as well. Andy tried to guess where the ball was going. Ball goes straight to Eris, though. You see him play it close. And yeah, I mean, especially when you look at the scoreline, I mean, 0-0 scoreline, there's no reason to do anything too risky early on. And even for Pirates now, right, they're in control. It's going to be up to TSM with the game behind them now. They've got to force an error out of Pirates, who at this point they can play for each other. They can, you see how they're moving and approaching the ball. No real strong clearances. At least nothing that where if they do clear it, they clear it towards a teammate. But even Andy playing this close, carries it over one, tries to force either a double or 50, and it sets up Ears to take a much more quality shot than he would have gotten if he just boomed the ball away. That's why it's so important. We talk about ball control a lot.
Decent challenge by 5-Up. He got a piece of the attacker in the air as well. Here goes Eris looking for more, and he's become a scoring machine.
Eris, look, catches it on the hood. He's got Wavy in the back. Wavy knew what kind of position he was in, tried to challenge early, but as soon as he jumped, Eris saw it and let the flick rip. 2-goal lead for Pirates, a minute 54 to go. They are in control here in game 2.
Young man scored 3 out of their 4, but here's Hockey just wide, and Creams had to try and corral that. He could not. It's coming back the other way. Everybody's scrambling. When everybody's got their back to the goal they're shooting at, you know it's never a good sign. Andy through Wavy. Creams looking for Wavy on the outlet, found him, but that's intercepted by 5-Up, and Creams had to stay home. TSM just not allowed to break out of their zone quickly, and they're right back on the back foot again.
Yeah, they're in a really, really tough spot right now. Down by 2, minute 15 to go. Pirates eliminating a lot of space. You see Wavy sending that over to Hockey. Hockey has to catch up to it. The first touch gets away from him, but it sets up a lane for Creams. He's a little late, and 5-Up able to get that shot. Demo in the back end, but it won't matter because Eris can clear it downfield, and 5-Up also returns the favor, taking out Hockey. Wavy catching that one and taking it across. Eris did not think he would do that at all, played for something else, and bought just enough space there for TSM to get out, but they only get out for so long. Ball gets away from them again, and is back to square one. Can they make something happen here? No.
They break out relatively quickly. They're still kind of bunched up at times, but they're not getting punished for it. There's nobody on the weak side to take advantage of that kind of spacing mishap. You see it there too with 5-Up and Eris kind of together. Nobody spaced out for TSM to punish them with a challenge, and then Eris going back the other way. He almost got an unassisted hat trick. That's how great he has been.
Good drop down.
By the way, there's only 10 seconds left in this game. This game is breezed by, and it felt like Pirates on a Boat are just playing a practice right now. Final few seconds will run off the clock. Creams couldn't put it in his own net. They will. Andy scores one for the road, and it's as dominant a 3-0 as you're going to see.
It just feels like they have it all figured out. Great work from Andy getting involved there. He says, okay, I want to score this really quickly. And Pirates in full form as they look to end this series in a sweep. What a shutout as well. TSM combined for 6 shots. Creams had 4 of those. Air shot 2 for 5. 5-Up had 3 of his own, and Andy shot 100%, only just took 1 shot there. But Eris, again, 100% goal participation. He's been involved so much offensively. And it's just one of these things where, you know, for TSM, they really have to start to rethink their game plan because it's not working here.
5-Up's out here, no goals, no assists. He's just giving his teammates thumbs up like, yep, y'all keep going. I'll be here if you need me. Tell you what, this is exactly what this team needed. You know, forced into round 5. All the pressure on them to try and get back into the top 8. And look, there's only so many ways you can say it. They dominated that game. I mean, TSM, Creams had a couple opportunities that you'd back him to make if he got another shot at them. If he could have a couple do-overs, maybe that's a much different game. But that was a 3-0 that, boy, it felt like an 8-0.
Yeah, you got to think mentally on the side of TSM. This is a tough spot. Reverse sweeping a Pirates team that just beat you 3-0, and you couldn't really get much going there on offense. How do you bounce back and try to make this a little bit more competitive? It's do or die here for TSM, and it's not looking good off the start. 5 up, he's gonna look for a double. He won't be able to get it, but already shots coming out here for Pirates.
We talked at the start of the day of all the CRL players that are in this tournament. 12 started the day, and we'd be down to very, very few of them, especially if this TSM team ends up on their way out. Hockey, of course, part of that Northwood squad with Lion Blaze. And a lot of trouble for these squads as Andy's going to range across. He's got all the boost he could need, and he'll clear this off the backboard. Buy time for 5 up and Eris to get in position, but he's giving that one away. Creams up the ladder, down hard and in. Creams converts this time.
And you need an impact play like that if you're TSM. Beautiful from Creams. Off the ceiling, jumped off, used the dodge at the last second to get it under the defense. I mean, pristine from Creams. You'll love to see it.
TSM with a rare lead in this series. Now Andy looking for Eris. Why not try to feed the hot hand? Eris has been involved, as Daz mentioned, in every single goal that they've scored. 5 up, couldn't find any teammates there. He'll have to try and challenge Hockey himself, and does. Now it's on to Andy. And what an aggressive challenge out of Wavy. TSM playing with a lot more confidence now. Here comes Creams, like a hot knife through butter, just sliced up the Pirates.
Right off the look at this. Gets the catch, sees Eris in the 1v1, says, take it left, take it right. I'm going to go so fast you won't be able to know what's happening. Back to back from Creams. He's starting to heat up right when the team needs him to.
Have a game when the team needs it most. Wavy beaten here by 5 up. See if he comes alive in this series. Oh, he does! He just drops right down to get him back within 1.
Ask and you shall receive. First of all, the read there, pre-jumped, Hockey's clear, then jumps on the ball, gets a 50, says, that's all me. He saw Creams doing individual plays. He said, I want a hand in that. It's still in reach for Pirates here.
Oh, Eris got spun out by Creams, I think it was, on the kickoff, cheating up. But here's Andy. He's got a lot of traffic up there, and Hockey's the one who comes away with it. Well, all of a sudden, this game is picked up in a big way. Wavy shot high. No follow-up as 5 up gets swept away. Creams with Hockey running interference. Eris up to the challenge, and Pirates on a boat will clear the zone. This is the kind of game I think we all expected, with goals left, right, and center. We expected more of a shootout. Kind of turned into a defensive grind, especially from the Pirates, as Eris tries to hit up Andy, and 5 up will climb the ladder instead. He's got Andy over there, but Eris way, way back.
Starting to see pace of play increase here a little bit. Eris looking for some interference. They're trying to set up for Andy, but was denied. TSM got up very early to cut that off. 5 up though, free backboard. Creams trying to read it, leaves it for Eris, and Eris gonna opt to control it. He has Andy. Andy's gonna get there, and they just push through TSM.
Somebody press X to jump. They're down there. They have no boost whatsoever. That is very rare to see a team with literal 0.
Yeah, they all had 0.
That was crazy.
And Pirates took full advantage of it as well. From the first play off the backboard, once they recognized no one was jumping, you saw full confidence in the rest of the team.
So Pirates on a boat give up 2 to Creams. And then, whoa, quick shot out of Wavy. But 5 up to the task. This is dropped back in front, but 5 up will be there alongside Eris. They try to pinch that downfield. Now it's Creams. He's got Wavy behind him, but nobody else on the weak side. Wavy's got to burn a lot of boost to get over there. So too does Hockey. Try to leave it for Creams. That doesn't quite work out, so now Andy can boom it away, so that demo on Eris will mean very little. He's already back into the play as 5-Up kills that at midfield.
Cuts across, Creams on the ball, gets a demo on 1. Won't be able to find 2, but does find the corner. Takes out that corner boost, and Hockey also still fighting for a little bit of the possession. Pirates keeping it close. They have not really opted to go for a strong clear, and it's kind of worked out. They've been able to get a lot of space here. Fall for field possession. Creams, though, he will send it away, and Andy can watch, wait for the bounce, pick up boost, tries to carry it through. Creams with that good initial challenge. But you got to keep eyes on those boost meters as we approach that final minute. Teams get caught out and suffocate in their own half. We've seen it happen once this game. Will we see it happen again?
Oh, Hockey just had that one battered right back in his face, trying to clear it away. Creams is awkward. Nobody's in the zone. Somebody is. Hockey was just at the net. Wavy was really not in position to make a play on that. And Pirates almost made them pay. Loose ball here up above, and Creams will try to look for Hockey. Eris very quickly onto that inside 40 seconds. That ricochets away from Andy. 5-Up is there. Has he got his first goal? No, it's high.
Follow.
Eris, that's high. Andy, third time not the charm. It's still loose in front, and Eris scores.
They just keep going off the backboard, maybe have somebody up there. This one gets away from them, and Eris able to get the follow-through time before the defense can recover. Pirates with the lead, 25 seconds to go. TSM have fought hard here in game 3, but it has not been enough. Now they've got to make something happen. Can Creams soar through and make a moment again? He has to if they want to win. There's no time left.
Down to 10, and that one swept away. 5-Up. Probably keep this in the air the entire remaining 6 seconds. Now they'll bring it down to ground. Dodges 1. Hockey's got to get away.
50.
They need this in the air. They don't have it. And Pirates on a boat achieves top 8 again.
What resilience there from TSM towards that game, but it just wasn't enough. Pirates on a boat, secure top 8, 2 back-to-back top 8s from this team. Both in round 5, so they've gone the distance and they've scared their fans for sure, but they've gotten the job done.
They got the job done, and they don't have Dignitas waiting on the other side. Because they do it in 3, they're going to go a +3 game differential, and that's going to serve them very well. As you look at 6, 7, and 8, we're due up. Look, the desk will have that in just a moment. I'm trying to do the math myself, and caster math never works out. They might get an M80, which would be very, very interesting, because M80 after Swiss, maybe not so much. Enjoy the highlight reel. Enjoy Creams. That's the last highlight you're going to see of him as Pirates on a boat take care of business. A 3-0 sweep into the top 8. We send it back to the desk to close out round 5.
Pirates on a boat make quick work of them here, and they will play in top 8 for a second week in a row. The consistency starting to show up and strong here. Well done to them. What a day. What a performance. I want to keep talking about them, but we also got to talk about what happened in the rest of the Swiss as well. OG 3-0 over Incorrect. Congratulations. They were on the brink of death, and OG has bounced back to make a top 8 here, as well as Luminosity, able to knock off Omelet, make a second top 8 in a row here. Lemon, I mean, what a story in every match here, but I feel like OG is the biggest one right now.
Yeah, I had my crystal ball and I was like, NRG is in and OG will be there. I didn't lie. I didn't even hesitate. I'm still getting used to Swiss, but OG, I knew once they had that 3-0 sweep over Dignitas, that was really going to fire them up. And speaking of being fired up, over on the Luminosity Omelet stream, it's like they were up 2-0, everything's chilling. Hercules joins the stream, Omelet wins, and it's utter chaos over there. There's curses being summoned in chat. I don't know what's going on, but one thing is for sure, OG, NRG, they're back.
Chad, if you're not watching, if you don't have a second monitor with twitch.tv/Luminosity Gaming on these day one streams, you're missing out on some amazing content. It's genuinely, I feel like everyone wants what every day one stream that's like, we're going to be the unhinged stream. This is what they want to be. They are setting the bar over there. Anyways, enough gas about those boys. This is our Swiss. That was an incredible day of action, but it gives you those top 8 teams in the green boxes. Thank you so much to the teams that showed up and ended up in red boxes. You can come back and play again in 2 weeks, but it gives us this bracket here. What a performance. Pirates on a boat. They do not get M80 stacks. They get G2, the reigning champs.
Oh, no. Poor
Welcome
G2.
to the big
You know,
league.
that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for G2 getting that strong Pirates
G2,
team.
haha!
But, like, this is, you know, how we thought it would all happen. You know, Energy, just a 3 seed after making roster moves, and everyone thinking that they're going to go 1-3 or 0-3. They're the 3rd seed coming out, playing Luminosity, who had to squeak in yet again. That should be an interesting one, but that bottom side of the bracket, I think everyone is going to say wide open, right? You got OG, that momentum is going. I said it earlier, Wave. I said OG, they could make a run and then play M80 in the playoff bracket. I did say that, so here we go. It's very possible that OG could possibly make a grand finals here, and then they'll be a top 4 team right then and there.
I think this is M80's bracket. It's very top heavy, and I think M80 have done enough to impress us. Yes, there's hype behind OG and NRG reviving themselves and proving that they can play to the capacity we thought that they could get to, but M80, I think, are the upset kings.
But here's okay, go ahead.
I just need, you could talk after this, but I just need everyone to acknowledge that Luminosity, NRG, OG, M80. One of those teams is in grand finals on Sunday. Just saying. That's crazy.
So really quick for M80, for Jorius, just don't go to sleep tonight. Pretend it's still the same day. Pretend you're still playing Swiss and go into that, because he's had a history of going 3-0 and then dropping out. So we'll see how it plays out. M80 looks so good, though, so you would expect them to make that grand finals, but we've expected a lot, and none of it has come true. So
incredible stuff, folks. And again, all these teams trying to work their way to Copenhagen for our first major here for RLCS 2024. You could be there. Just get your tickets, folks. Don't forget about it. The link's on the screen. You can find the link also on the social medias for the Rocket League channel all across the internet.
What's that website?
It says Billetloon.
Nice. You got it.
Bless you.
I think I got it. I think we're getting close. It's literally my dyslexic brain knows the wrong ways to say it, and then I have to like go through a filter every time you like say it to like make sure I say the correct one and it doesn't just flip the switch on me. Anyways, folks, I hope to see you guys there. We'll be there. It'll be a wonderful stuff. Let's talk about what's happening tomorrow real quick. Again, the bracket you just saw. We're gonna play through all those quarterfinal matches, and then we will have the semifinals on Sunday. So we're gonna kick things off with NRG versus Luminosity, and then M80 versus OG Esports. We'll save the big guns for later in the day. Gen G versus Space Station, and Pirates on the Boat get to close out the day. Can they create the upset at all upsets? Pirates on the Boat's gotten some big wins so far this season. G2 would by far be the biggest one if they are able to pull that one off. G2 are going to make sure it doesn't happen. It will be a great day of Rocket League. You won't want to miss it. That's our show. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been a crazy one. I mean, Gibbs, any final thoughts here before we set ourselves up for the bracket tomorrow?
Just really quick final thoughts for Space Station. Poor Space Station. Both qualifiers now lost to G2 and Swiss, and then they go into the bracket. They have to play Gen G both times. We'll see if they can bounce back from the last time around. But besides that, like Energy is back. I did not expect that. It's been a fun day, and that's why you can't miss these Friday shows, because there's always tons of results. And watch all the team streams, because they're all doing wonderful jobs over there.
Yeah, and we could also have like a mini grand final if G2 and Gen G end up against each other in the semi-final. And then the fact that only one of those teams could go to the grand final is mind-blowing to me. I know everyone's on the G2 train, but we've had kind of some really interesting, odd, maybe expected results sometimes. I think it's going to be a very different playoff.
It's going to be a great day. It'll be a wonderful time of Rocket League tomorrow. That one kicking off at 10 a.m. Pacific. You won't want to miss it. Pre-show begins at 9:30 if you want all of our thoughts and fun shenanigans, folks. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to stop talking now. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the playoffs.
see the drip and it's lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you fainting, got you fainting. The world is yours only if you take it.